Good morning and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for day 4, the final day of this, the regional 4-day championship final between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. A bit earlier, we had Nikhil Uttamchandani with a pitch report and an interview with Amir Jangu. Let's hear how conditions are out in the middle.
Come to the final day of the West Indies Championship, the 2026 edition, all to play for a title on the line. Time to look at the 22 yards or survey conditions. First of all, right, in terms of the pitch, we showed you a few rough areas yesterday. We saw some deterioration, something in it for the spinners. The Harpy Eagles took 40 overs to go back to spin late yesterday evening, and maybe that was because of some movement they were getting from that wind, which continues to assist the seamers here coming from the east, but also this live green grass. There's always a tinge throughout the matches here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We showed you these areas yesterday as being quite threatening to batters. They've actually held together quite well, and a couple of reasons the ground staff tell me. One, having that live grass almost keeps the moisture at the surface level, and then the grass will also protect maybe from that aggressive sunshine when we get to the middle of the day. But what do I know? We need to speak to someone who actually spent time in the middle, Amir Jangu. Amir, that knot, you didn't get to 50 or a milestone, but the weight of the knot in a final, how did you feel walking off?
Yeah, I'm slightly disappointed because I think that got a good start and should have cashed in a bit more, but I think the way how we made them stray from their plans, obviously the ball was moving a lot throughout the day, and we got them to switch to the short ball plan, which was a strength of mine as well. So glad I could have got some runs for the team and make that contribution, obviously losing the big wicket of Jason after a good partnership. So yeah, glad to contribute, but just disappointed that I didn't kick on.
Tell me about that period where they went to that plan. I think it was post-tea. Now, throughout that, I realized you had a smile on your face, and it was quite a good battle between you, Shamar Joseph, Kimo Paul as well. What was your tactic? They shifted their tactic. How did you shift yours?
Yeah, I think it's just about trying to be a bit smart in my approach. Shamar was bowling to the end where it was with the breeze. So I think that, and his ball wasn't really getting as high as Kimo's. So I think I was trying to just get my boundary option of Shamar and try and push on the score as well, because obviously we know that's important to get a big lead as well. So probably didn't pay it off in the end, didn't execute I think, but I think having said that, Kimo bowled pretty well as well, so just getting the short ball all the way with him, not taking on the pull, and yeah, that was my approach.
Spending time on this surface, how have you seen it evolve across the 4 days? What are you expecting today?
I think even from day one, it was pretty a lot of moisture there, so I think they had the advantage from the start, but I think it flattened out a bit coming down to the end of day 2 and day 3. I think today will be the same, where our new ball bowlers will be very crucial, get that movement, but I think with that you can see with the wind factor, it's moving throughout the day. So keep doing work on the ball, keep trying the ball pretty well so the fast bowlers can get as much out of it.
Chance to be part of something extremely special today. What is the feeling coming to the ground as a team?
Yeah, I think 20 years we haven't lifted the titles, so I think, but all the guys, we're taking it one day at a time. We said that from the start of the tournament. I think it's all about executing our skills. I think if we play our best cricket today with bat and ball, I think no doubt we'll come out on top.
Wish you all the best. Amir Jangu, who played an incredible knot yesterday to support Evan Lewis. Red Force in a promising position. Time for action. Great to hear from Amir Jangu on the situation, the conditions, and a reminder, folks, the standout of this West Indies Championship finale, Evan Lewis, still battling on 122. He struggled with some cramp yesterday evening, which is why we couldn't get him for the interview, but he is still fighting. Struck on the toe, he's had that hamstring cramp, and you can see him just stretching and flexing there. They did send Jaden Seals as the Night Hawk to try to see out the final overs yesterday. He did that, but he was also dismissed. And it means Joshua James will start. Facing Versami Pramod, who will finish the over. Critical day in the championship. Title on the line. That looks close to start the day, but maybe just missing leg stump. 265 for 8. And Versami Pramod, you think, would have a critical role to play Starting with that short leg, yeah, getting a bit of drift as usual. That wind coming from the east, and this Guyana team, they really do appeal quite vociferously. Mali Richards is alongside. Mali set the day up for us with all that's at stake.
Well, still everything to play for. I think Trinidad and Tobago would be slightly the more comfortable of the two teams at this stage, a lead of 278, 2 wickets in hand. They'd love to push that past 300. But, as we were saying yesterday, this Guyana Harpy Eagles franchise has that championship pedigree. And we saw in the way that they hit back late last evening for Sammy Pamal picking up 3 wickets. That lead still below 300. Still a full day of play today. 90 plus overs.
Yeah, we're starting slightly earlier, remember, folks. So it's 95 overs exactly. And they've got to get 80 overs in before the last hour starts. And you think with the spin that Guyana will bowl. A couple of decisions for the Red Force to make today, actually. If these two and the other batters we know can bat, if they can continue to spend time there, when do you think about a declaration? How many runs are you comfortable with getting? Because the fact that you've got those 5 extra overs, Mali, you think a Guyana team would believe that they can chase a 300 total down at 3 runs and over.
I think at this stage a declaration is completely out of the picture from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They would just want to be batting as long as possible. If you remember, they did pick up that first innings lead.
Gudikesh Moti just bowled a wide. There's something telling going on here, Mali. First 4 deliveries have been about 7th or 8th stump from Moti. This is intentional.
Almost hiding the ball from Evan Lewis. Gets across his stumps, goes high. Does he get enough? Oh, he's not. Valiant effort that by Shamar Joseph. Very athletic indeed. It was a sharp, it was hit powerfully from Evan Lewis.
If you're the Guyana Harpy Eagles, though, you feel like this is a small win. I know the catch wasn't taken, but the fact that you've made Evan Lewis have to come across his stumps, it's almost turned into a white ball game. Moti's quite defensive in his approach. Wide again and left again. So almost forcing the hand of the Red Force to say, we know you're looking for quick runs. We're going to counteract that by going quite wide. And he's got the field to protect it with the deep point and long off in place. Another chance, and it's Joseph again. This time much easier, and this time pouched. In the first over of the day, the Harpy Eagles have struck. And yeah, nice gesture from Moti because it is an innings worth celebration. But this could be a telling moment in the title race.
Yeah, slightly baffling shot selection for me from Evan Lewis. Second over of the day. In fact, it was just the one delivery from Peramal. So the first full over from Gudikesh Moti. A good innings comes to an end. But not sure why the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be pushing for quick runs in the way that they would. Especially in the position that they are. You just want to keep the Guyana Harpy Eagles out there for as long as possible. So for me, they've just given a wicket to the Harpy Eagles. 9 down.
It's a great point, Mali. You think in normal circumstances where, let's say the two teams, there was no first innings, for example, you could understand that there would be a rush. But the fact that the Red Force, and we said it a couple times yesterday, they got the first innings lead, which means that they could literally bat the entire day and win the title. You felt like they didn't need to force anything. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, time in the game is very crucial here. Right. And Red Force want to take time out of the game. They would want to bat as long as, well, that's what I would think they would want to do. But based on what we've seen this morning, slightly different. They started wide to Evan Lewis. He decided to get across his stumps, very wide indeed. A wide was called on that first delivery.
Just another look, very wide from Moti, shorter as well. And with the long on and long off in place, he had that protection for Lewis, who likes to go down the ground. There was a massive gap between point and long off on the offside, so he could have easily punched that ball for 4 probably. But maybe just trying to hit the 6.
After playing so well yesterday, playing the situations, leaving the ball, maybe they have a slightly different approach. It's clear. You saw it. They're looking to get quick runs. I'm not sure why, though.
They want the full points, Mali. They don't want to win by a draw. They want to win this game by taking 10 wickets. And we'll see their bowlers quite soon. But Job now for Joshua James, who's got the power, and Anderson Phillip at the other end is more than capable, as we saw in the first innings, batting over 50 deliveries. Quick single,
Run
think it
out,
might be short.
out. Oh, that was close. Very close indeed. Is it Tuckett? Umpire Tuckett at square leg. It was hit quite powerfully from James. They decided to come through for the single. Moti gathers. It's a good throw. Oish.
Yeah, but I want to remind the viewers as well that, yes, they're going to stop that and say it's not out. In the international game, umpires have the opportunity to send that to a third umpire for a television review. So it's not a straightforward decision. Yes, he's probably short of his ground. We'll have another look at it. But you have to understand as well that he's got to make that decision in real time. So let's still give some benefit of the doubt to the umpire. But I think the Red Force have gotten away with one.
Yeah, as always, the umpires are in the better position. But in real time, it did look like he was just a little late there.
Another look, you almost feel it if you were unsure, you give the benefit of the doubt to the batter.
It seems like Phillips reacted quite late. Have a look at that. He's jogging through. We know he's quite quick. He's having a look. Maybe a bit guilty of ball watching. Realizes he's in a bit of trouble here. And I think he may have gotten away with one, Nikhil, as you said.
Yeah, so the ball is hit to cover. Moti does the fielding. And just there, yeah short.
Yeah, he's short.
That looks close, and it is given. The Harpy Eagles, in the span of 5 overs, removing Jaden Seals late yesterday evening, along with Carrie Pear. This game is well and truly on, folks. It'll be 281 to win the title.
With what, some 90 overs or so still remaining in the day?
93 overs,
93
Mali. That's 3
overs.
runs and over.
Yeah. The Harpy Eagles have given themselves a chance, and that's this championship pedigree we've spoken about. Can they find a way? They've given themselves a fantastic opportunity. Maybe came into the day thinking we'll be chasing 300 plus, 320, 350. But they've removed the final 2 wickets very quickly. So 281 for the Harpy Eagles to win another 4-day championship. Which way will this go? I think it's 50-50 at this stage, Nick.
Still think the Red Force will believe that with 280 runs on the board and the bowling attack they possess on the final day, they will be favourites. But this Harpy Eagles team, folks, let's not forget, they're 15-time champions and they've won 3 straight. They've been in these positions before and have found a way. We'll take 10 minutes off, just 10 minutes. Tell your family, tell your friends, this is where you need to be for the rest of the day. It is going to be fascinating. We'll see you very soon. Well, well, well. What do we have here? We are at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, and if you've just joined us for the first time, what you're seeing is correct. After, what was it, 1.1 overs? Actually, no, 1.2 overs, so 8 legal deliveries in the morning. We have got a situation where the Red Force have been bowled out. They lost 2 wickets in the 8 deliveries. They lost 3 yesterday evening in quick time. Versamy Pramal, the legend, 4 for 14 in his spell. And it means Mali Richards, the Harpy Eagles, Tejan Chanapal, who top scored for that top order with 33, they've got 281 to win.
They do, and they've just given the Harpy Eagles a sniff here with how quickly they would have lost those 2 wickets. Still trying to work out whether that was a plan from last night where we saw Evan Lewis looking to take on the left arm spin of Gudakesh Moti right away. Didn't give himself a chance. New day, you still got to get yourself in. Even if that was the plan, I don't think he gave himself the best opportunity. But, well, that's history. It's Jaden Seals with ball in hand. 281 to win. It's set up beautifully from a neutral perspective.
And it's been like this all game, where every time you think a team has the advantage, the other team comes back in the game emphatically. And we've seen it right from the first innings. This man has been emphatic. 4 wickets in that first innings. Here he is, Jaden Seals. Immediately getting spin and immediately intent from the Guyanese openers. What a chase we've got on our hands. There's 91 overs today, Mali, remaining for them to get 280 runs.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to really put this Harpy Eagles team under pressure if they would have batted maybe for an hour and a half or so this morning. But wasn't the case. Nandu got an absolute peach in that first innings from Jaden Seals. Fell for a duck. The ball's moved around prodigiously throughout this game. And just there again, plays inside the line.
And before we go forward, Mali, let's look back. Yesterday, 60 overs in, Red Force were 205 for 4. Joshua De Silva was at the crease with Evan Lewis. Remember, we had the drinks break. First ball after the break, De Silva was out caught behind. And from there, even Terrence Hines battled. Got to, what did he get to? 23. It was a fighting 23. He fell late on the evening. And in the 79th over, the next 4 overs, they lost 3 wickets. You come today again. First over, lose 2. Is that doing too much? Yeah, Carl Tuckett says missing leg stump. But this game, folks, has gone from being in the firm grasp of the Red Force to now in the balance.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to really bat this Harpy Eagles team out of the game. Has that pitched in line? That's close indeed. Maybe a bit too high, missing that off stump as well, but he's in the right areas, is Jaden Seals, on the money right away. Asking the right questions, and it's that length, that slightly fuller length that's proven to be so challenging for the batters.
First one, a loud eruption, the Red Force. Jaden Seals again. It had to be him again.
Similar to the first innings, Nandu goes for a duck. He gets a pair in this final. So a pretty unhappy final for him. His season comes to an end, but Seals, the man, picking up his 5th wicket of the match to go with that half century in that first innings. He's putting his hand up for man of the match honours in this game, Nick.
And it's the second time that Seals has gotten Nandu. So consecutive ducks, but also the same bowler as well. Seals just in the background. And all of a sudden, it's a quiet confidence. He didn't say much before that wicket, but as soon as the catch was taken, you could hear him.
Yeah, he's an absolute animal, a competitive animal, Jaden Seals. So we see Matthew Nandu very despondent and disappointed going back to the crease. Slightly fuller length once again. A hint of movement. The hands just getting too far away from the body. Didn't allow the ball. Didn't play that ball under his eyes as he would have liked. Maybe just a bit of nerves early. But here's a man under pressure.
Folks, coming into this game, Kevlon Anderson dismissed for 5 or less runs in 4 out of 5 innings this season. His scores are 4-4, 5-5, and a 41 against the Volcanoes. He got 9 in the first innings, but he's not batting yet, Mali.
I was wondering.
I've been caught in the excitement of the moment. I cannot believe, Mali, that we've actually have a game on our hands, because if you asked me in the middle of yesterday, I would have thought the Red Force would go on to win this game quite comfortably. It's been a heroic comeback.
It has been. And you were speaking about it yesterday, just how long it took the Harpy Eagles to actually introduce spin on day 3. It's reaped the rewards for Sammy Pamal in particular. The veteran coming to the fore just when they need him most. It's been a massive player for this Harpy Eagles franchise. Massive, huge. That one has hooped around corners. Fantastic take from Joshua De Silva. We need to have a look at this delivery again, Nikhil.
No, I think this is the wicket first, Mali. And the interesting thing about this, I wonder, yes, Matthew Nandu, and you could tell both openers from the very first ball when they got the single. They've come up with intent, which is good. But Nandu, that's his third delivery, and we know him as someone who really likes to occupy the crease before branching out. I wonder if they just rushed it, if he rushed it just a tad. Even, folks, as menacing as 280 sounds, it's still 3 runs and over with the overs remaining in the day.
If you think back to the way that Evan Lewis would have constructed his innings, he left the ball really well outside that off stump. He was tested over and over, especially against Chemo Paul, who I think has been one, alongside Jaden Seals, standout performer with ball. But the way he constructed that innings, he picked his moments. He knew when to absorb the pressure, showed that full face, exhibited quite a sound defense. And then when anything was in his area, slightly over pitched, he cashed in.
And you have to give credit to Sears as well. As wide as that ball to Nandu was, the fact that he was around the wicket may have just made him think
That he had to play, huh?
with the swing and the inward movement, that the ball was actually straighter than it was. Here's Anderson Phillip. Very full. Imlat, this is a huge innings for him. I know I was talking about Kevin Anderson earlier, but at the start of the game, Imlat said at the toss, our openers have done well, our middle order and all-rounders have done well, but it's 3 and 4 that have to be better. Imlat, Anderson.
Yeah, and they've been the main run scorers over the past few seasons, Anderson, Imlak, but this year, just having a down year. All this is part and parcel of being a professional cricketer. We said the same thing about Evan Lewis. He struggled throughout this season, but here in his final innings in 2026, he produced the goods.
Wasn't carried to deep fine. He too has come up with some more impetus. Batted, I remember before lunch on day 2, batted 43 balls Imlat for 6. Then when he came out post the break, he played a few shots, but then eventually was dismissed. They've had a lot to say to Imlat, and especially Jaden Seals, so I'm sure that will continue.
Yeah, it's continuing as we speak. Maybe we can tune in, listen to a bit of that action.
Let's listen in, man. Let's listen in. Three slips, the gully, and the catching point.
Good areas. Good areas. It's where the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have been slightly better for me. They've bowled better in pairs. Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals in particular. At times for the Harpy Eagles now, Smith just hasn't been, especially in that second innings, wasn't at the races. A lot was dependent on Chemo Paul and Shamar Joseph, and you could tell by that workload yesterday. At one point it seemed like you had to wrest the ball away from Chemo Paul. He just kept going, showed fantastic stamina.
Enjoyed it. Enjoyed the intensity in which the Red Force have brought to this game, and Harpy Eagles themselves have brought a different intensity. The fact that they've been able to fight through certain situations, the fact that they're batting in the first hour on day 4 should be enough encouragement and inspiration that they can actually win this game.
And the captain as well, he's out there, he's up for the fight, you can tell. He's taking a volley of abuse at the moment. But he just needs to soak up this pressure. This is similar to what you get in international cricket, no love lost.
What I like about it as the over ends 3 for 1, Imlat hasn't said a word. Just continuing to bat, continuing to block out the noise.
That's what he has to do, especially at this stage. Ball's still new. You know, the Red Force will be very much up for it. He's just got to absorb all this pressure, find his way in which to quiet the noise, not just from the players around him, but in his own mind. He's got to find that peaceful place. Can you imagine if he's there at the end, putting in a substantial performance, the joy that would bring to him? But he's got to earn it. He's got to earn the right to score runs, score big runs here. More than big runs, important runs for his team.
And for the Harpy Eagles fans at home, the highest run chase in the history of this tournament. For them, they got that 335 against the Barbados Pride at Kensington Oval. That was back in 2015. So this won't be the highest, but they'll be up there. Chandrika got 60 on that day. Shivnarine Chandapal was part of that team. He got 64. And I remember late on that day, Narsingh Dionarine fighting his way to 90.
The Maverick, Narsingh Dionarine, resides in the USA now. Beautiful. Top shot that. What a response from Tevin Imlak. He's going to make his bat do the talking. All of a sudden, Seals doesn't have much to say, Nick.
Well, I'd hope not, because he's bowling. But if Imlak plays a few more of these shots, the longer he remains at the crease, the more the noise decreases. No pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
See what I did there?
Yeah,
Crease,
I did.
decrease.
Quiet the noise. That's the theme of Imlak right now. That should be the theme. Just quiet the noise around him.
And this rate that they're going at, 3 runs and over, is literally all that's required. Think about, you pick up the singles in this first hour. Maybe you get to the first drinks break as a pair, then you target the second break, which is lunch. You have someone like a Kimo Paul come in, get a run about 30 or 40. All of a sudden, at the end of the day, you find yourself needing 20, 30 runs. It could work out like that for the Harpy Eagles. It seems like a mountain now at 273 more. But it's possible. This is very gettable.
Yeah, the foundation has to be built. This is where the foundation has to be built. Shanda Paul, has to find that balance of scoring, rotating that strike, but also being able to survive the good balls. You know, every now and again a ball just does something a bit extra. Maybe it's a bit of extra bounce. We saw that one from Sears around the wicket that actually tailed in late.
I had a good chat with Ryan Hercules this morning, Mali, and to find out, we were questioning, and a lot of people at home were questioning where the spin was. Remember, they bowled Gudakesh Moti before lunch, and then for the entire middle session and even into the post-tea session, 40 overs without a ball of spin. He revealed the reason to me. I'll get back to it. What he said was they were so excited by what they were getting out of the pitch. You see this surface, there's always a little tinge of that green grass, and with the wind and also good maintenance of the ball, they were getting movement. Kimo Paul wanted to bowl another over, another 2 overs, then he would get a wicket. It would excite him to continue. They felt there was enough in it for their seamers to make something happen if they remained patient. Ironically, in the end, it was the spin that did the damage, but maybe because of the work that the Pacers put in leading up to that point. And it'll work for the Red Force as well. There's swing there on offer for sure. 8 for 1.
Excellent start, boys. Excellent start, boys.
20 years for this Red Force team. They would have gone into last night thinking they're so close, 6 hours away from doing something that many teams were unable to do, and that's lift the trophy in Trinidad and Tobago. Joshua Da Silva. I thought about this as well, Mali. You have someone like Da Silva who's had 3 solid seasons in terms of run scoring. Amir Django similar, but they've not been able to get the thing that they want the most, which is the title. This is the one chance to combine the run scoring with a title.
Fantastic opportunity. Joshua Da Silva not having his best game with the bat, but he's a big reason why they're here in this final. And as you said, since he would have lost his place in that West Indies test setup as well, he's come back to regional first-class cricket. And he's really put his hand up since. He's been quite prolific with his run scoring over the past 2 seasons. A big double this year as well.
For 13 runs for Da Silva this year. Last year, 583, second most behind Jason Mohammed. You think, again, one of the narratives you spoke about on day one, Da Silva v. Imlach, for maybe that test spot. You throw Jamal Hamilton in there as well, as we were discussing with Jamal Smith yesterday. So much more than just the win and for these 2 teams.
Yeah. To a slightly lesser extent, Evan Lewis with that 100.
And this has been an element where you've not seen much from Atejnaran Chanapal and the Guyanese top order by extension. The quick singles with soft hands. You can really sense that there's that urgency.
Especially with this right-hand, left-hand combination. Force the field to change. Doesn't allow the bowler to constantly just keep bowling delivery after delivery at one batter. Working him out. Rotation of strike is key, especially for Chanderpaul. He's got to be looking to score. And he's bowled through the wicket-taking tally. He picks up his first. Had to wait a long time for his first wicket in the first innings. Into his second over, he picks up his first here on day 4. And 2 down now. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they can almost smell it.
And that's the thing. With added intent comes added risk. And the Red Force will know that they're well in this game with the team chasing runs against a very disciplined bowling attack. You can just sense a belief in the red, white, and black. It wasn't to be for Atejnaran Chanapal. Goes for 1. They've lost both their openers now who have scored the highest volume of runs for this Harper Eagles team. It's going to take others to step up. And maybe this man, Kevlon Anderson, with 4 scores of under 10 this season, after what was a brilliant 2025, earned a place in the test team. If he can win this game for the Harper Eagles, all will be forgiven.
Just a little loose that from Atejnaran Chanderpaul. Very uncharacteristic of him. Quite expansive through the offside early in his innings. Not something he's traditionally known for.
It was almost as if Mali, he was late on the decision that he wanted to drive the ball. So obviously realizing it's a very full length.
Look at the feet. Have a look at that front foot. goes nowhere. The weight wasn't transferred onto that front foot. Head position, the head was quite back. And in the end, took the thick inside edge. Philip picks up his first. Trinidad and Tobago.
This is what we were talking about as well in the differentiation between Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. You look at their lengths coming into this tournament, coming into this final rather. Phillip has attacked from much fuller, between 4 and 6 meters, sort of around where that ball pitched actually. Whereas Jaden Seals has been on that traditional test length, 6 to 8. And whilst they're similar bowler in the sense that they will shape the ball back into the left-hander and away from the right, where they differ is in length. You almost feel like you're facing 2 different deliveries every over. Some glove on that. Maybe. Will be a boundary nonetheless to the tally.
Yeah, just straying onto the pads. Anderson would take those all day. Onto the legs, sorry. Poor delivery to end, but it was a successful over nonetheless. And you're speaking about Seals and Phillip and the differences in the way they go about it. Jaden Seals slightly taller, gets a bit more bounce. Maybe delivers from a slightly higher trajectory. Whereas Phillips is shorter, a bit more skiddy. Maybe even a little quicker through the air. But they complement each other very well, this pair. And they've worked out the areas, I think, just a little quicker than their Harpy Eagle counterparts. The right areas in which to bowl on this pitch. Just slightly more consistent.
I'm going to have to get our statistician, Mali, to do a check and see what is the most amount of wickets taken by a pairing in a single season. We've had a shortened season this year, and I still reckon that Seals and Phillip would be up there. Because it's now 46 wickets between Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip this season. 24 for Phillip, 21 for Seals, who's played a game less. Unbelievable the way that they've struck together.
And it's a big reason why they're here, taking 20 wickets. You've got to take 20 wickets to win a game more often than not. With this pair in the form that they have been throughout this season. Their fitness as well, that stamina, the endurance, the cardiovascular fitness has really stood out. Even on day one, you think about how long they would have batted. And then they were dismissed, came out, bowled for long periods as well. So they've been heavily involved in this match. Maybe yesterday was the one time where they had some extended periods of rest.
Overstepping there, Jaden Seals, so I have to re-bowl that one.
Surprised there's no short leg, especially to Imlak. Slightly shorter, bit of bounce on offer. They've been quite reluctant at times to employ the short leg, both teams, to the fast bowlers. Seen numerous deliveries just lob into those vacant areas close to the bat. Cut away. No real timing. It'll get close to the boundary. They'll chase for Joshua James. It does. Picks up speed, runs away down the hill. So Imlak gets his second boundary and he's looking good now.
And it'll give them confidence in the dugout as well to know that when Jaden Seals, the rare occasion that he will miss his length with this new ball, someone there is going to put those deliveries away, going to maximize. They're going at 4 runs and over, which is way ahead of what they need. So they've come up with more intent. Can they marry that with sensibility as well? They need Imlak and really Anderson as well to be there at lunch.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose any more wickets before lunch.
Right, I stand corrected, Mali, in terms of the pairings, because I looked back in the 2015 season when they played 10 first-class games. Versami Pramal, 67 wickets. Devendra Bishu, 61. That is 128 wickets for 2 people. Now, they're spinners, so
Exactly.
I'd have to look at the faster bowlers, but still.
And it goes back to what we were speaking about a little bit yesterday in terms of the conditions in the Caribbean over the past 20 years or so. Spinners dominating the charts. Slightly different this year, which just suggests that the pitches have just aided the fast bowlers a bit more. It's a bit similar to what we've seen here in this match. Just lateral movement on offer, but it's not extravagant. If you're a good player, you got good technique. Evan Lewis showed what was possible as well.
I almost feel like it's probably the direction that I hope in the next few years West Indies will go in, and it filters down from the highest level.
Right.
The way that they've won the test matches in the past 2 years with Seals, the emergence of him, Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph, even someone like Anderson Phillip, Kemar Roach, the fast bowlers chipping in has almost shifted the formula for the West Indies to go fast bowling heavy. And I hope when the test matches come here in June, and from Jamal Smith's interview yesterday, by all indications 18 for 2, we will have that green grass on the pitches. But maybe it's time we shift the mold and the formula of the way we've done things for so many years to support faster bowling.
To support our strength. I think back then it's fair to say maybe the spin bowlers were the strength. You had a Sunil Narayan still available to the West Indies. So obviously you're looking to cater conditions to your best players. I think it's slightly different now, as you said. The four-prong attack. You got Alzari Joseph, Andy Phillip, Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach. Got to look to give them as favourable conditions as possible. While also exposing our batters a bit more to the moving ball more consistently.
I'm actually curious to see when last, Mali, and it's still 3 wickets away for Anderson Phillip, but when last did a fast bowler top the charts in this tournament? I'm going to get back to you on it.
I think you'll be searching for a while, Nick.
How long you think? The 90s?
I'd say maybe the early 2000s, probably.
Well, right now my records
Maybe
only
a
have
Ped-
it up to 2014, so I've got to go a little deeper.
Maybe a Pedro Collins or a Corey Collymore.
I think it's been really good this season to have, and Jamal Smith spoke to us about why they wanted to have the likes of Seals and Shamar Joseph playing this. One of the great points he made was it's an excellent litmus test for batters coming up against test quality and actually judging them on that. But to actually have the best of the best playing in the first class season this year, I think has almost raised the standard.
It really has. We were speaking about this yesterday as well, even here locally in Antigua, having the West Indies Academy players available to the clubs around. It just lifted the level of the domestic cricket.
I learned yesterday, Mali, that Jakeem Pollard, who a lot of people have been talking about since that '19 World Cup, and is in Antigua working with the academy, he's been playing for the Rising Suns.
Has he?
Club.
Interesting. I didn't know that, so you've given me some information here. But yeah, throughout this season, we've had quite a few of the West Indies Academy and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes contracted players as well, playing locally.
Just taking a step down, maybe to push Phillip off that length.
Looking to be proactive, Kevlin Anderson. Still think he's one of the best young batters in the Caribbean. He's been the best young batter over the past 2 seasons or so. He's faced some adversity this season, maybe for the first time in his young career at this first-class level. He's got 5 first-class hundreds already. Similar to Evan Lewis, what a time. What an occasion this is. Final, everything to play for. Final day. If he can put in a performance, that will do his confidence the world of good. Still got ambitions of representing the West Indies in the longer format. Would have lost his place. But I think it's just been a little harsh the way he's been handled, or the circumstances in which he's faced, especially at the international level. I think he'll be back there pretty soon, but he's got to put in some performances, get his name back amongst the selectors. Short leg, still a bit of bounce. One from that Filipova. It's been a fantastic start once again between this pair. Maybe Jaden Sears a little below his best, a little below what we saw from him in that first innings, but nonetheless still posing a threat. 262 runs more to get. Imlach has looked good. All of a sudden it's quiet, Nikhil. If we were to stop and listen in, we wouldn't be hearing too much. Because all of a sudden the Red Force aren't saying too much to Imlach. But he's got to stay composed. He's got to stay in his bubble. Take it delivery by delivery. Seals to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. A bit of shape away.
I'm having grave difficulty, Mali, in trying to find his records.
I'm telling you.
2000 and the 90s, but I'm persistent. Gonna keep toiling because I think it's been such a long time, and Anderson Phillip or Jaden Sears could be 3 or 4 wickets away from making serious history.
Yeah, they could. Vesami Pamal, Gudakesh Moti, he's done. So we won't be seeing him again with the ball. He's the top wicket taker at the moment with 26 wickets. But Seals and Phillip both have an opportunity to go past him here. Maybe not the same amount of sting or venom in these Seals deliveries so far. We were saying yesterday the pitch conditions yesterday will be pretty similar here on day 4. Don't expect it to change too much. For me, the good thing is we haven't seen too much variable bounce.
Had a good chat with, as this one will get into the boundary, flicked by Anderson, so more runs off the tally. Had a good chat with the head curator today, and he was saying he feels from that intense heat, and thus making the abrasive. You'd usually see a lot of that grass coming off. It's actually maintained the pitch and held it together.
Yeah, it's been quite compact. As we said, he had that excess moisture. I think that would have a lot to do with it in terms of just keeping it together for the 4 days. It's been quite hot. It's also been cloudy, quite cloudy at times.
I think that's probably the optimum place. We can get the pitches to a place where you've got this green grass on it, so it's even on day 4, batters are still able to get value for their strokes. But also, you, as usual in the Caribbean, you always have something in it for the bowlers, and it's challenging for batters. So you almost feel like you're involving everyone, and in turn, it benefits batters as well, because they've got to adapt now. They can trust the bounce, but they've got to adapt and find ways of scoring, find ways of problem solving if they're batting in the 3rd or 4th innings.
Yeah, what we've seen, as we've spoken about, is that the pitches have just favored the spinners a bit too much for my liking over the past 10, 15, maybe even 20 years. You're still searching, trying to find a fast bowler that would have led the wicket-taking charts in first-class cricket. So that tells you something. The pitches have been suited to spin bowling. But it hasn't necessarily had that the effect on our batters that you would expect. You'd probably expect our batters to be better against spin, considering.
I've got the answer for you, Marlene.
Oh, you do?
I'm going to tell you in the next over. I think it'll surprise many. quietly, 27 for 2. This partnership slowly up to 14. The longer they remain, the more pressure it will be on the likes of the Red Force to get these 8 wickets remaining for victory. Remember what's at stake, folks. They are 20 years away. Well, they've waited 20 years for a title. Anderson Phillip. Currently on 21 wickets. He needs 3 wickets, Mali, or 4 actually, to go past Moti. The last fast bowler to top the wicket-taking charts in this tournament, Kenroy Peters, back in 2013.
Lefty.
Left arm medium.
From the Windward Islands.
What was it? 44 wickets, I believe, in the season. Fast bowlers have come through the years. 40 wickets it was, beating Suleiman Ben, who had 37, Ryan Austin, 33. Imran Khan also had 33 that year.
He's one of the coaches of the Windwards Volcanoes franchise, Kenroy Peters. I remember him. Very skillful left-arm seamer. Maybe not blessed with express pace, but very consistent indeed, and just did enough with the ball.
It means that Seals and Phillip could be the first fast bowler in 13 years to top the wicket-taking charts. I'm going to make a prediction now, Mali. For the next 5 years, I believe at least 3 of them
Will be.
you'll have a fast bowler finishing on top of the charts.
Well, we've got 5 years to wait and see whether that prediction comes true.
Hopefully you'll hold me to it and remember.
Yeah, set your stopwatch from now.
Another walk down from Kevlon Anderson. We saw this from Amir Django in that first innings where he was caught behind on the move.
I wonder if that's a bit of nerves creeping in. Some may say, oh, it's being positive, but to me, it's just suggesting maybe a little scrambled mind. Tevin Imlach, he's chosen to bat a couple paces outside his crease in which to counter that movement. I think Anderson just needs to play late. That's when he plays at his best. He allows the ball to come under his eyes. No need to go searching. Just there, just stayed at home this time. Got that shorter length. So he is starting to look a lot more confident, or that shot will give him a lot more confidence. Just swiveled. Timed quite supremely. I've got a lot of time for Kevlon Anderson. He's quite a quiet character, isn't he? Not too extravagant. Very much in the mold of a Harpy Eagles player. Just lets his game do the talking. Even at the academy, he's quite unassuming. But for me, he was the standout batter in that setup.
Bounce there. Definite bounce. Hit him high on, probably on the glove.
There's a soft team. There's a soft team. This is a soft team, Andy. Keep going here, boys. Keep going here, boys.
And you get that on day 4. So Anderson would have expected some deliveries. And I always think, Mali, you would tell us as a batter, how do you then put that out of your mind and start again from scratch?
It's a difficult thing. Got to put every ball is its own entity. Even though it's very hard to do.
Good shot, but straight to the fielder. 28 for 2.
I think Anderson has decided he's going to look to be positive, play a few strokes here, try and maybe hit him his way into some form. Maybe he thinks I've tried everything throughout the season. I haven't had the success I would have liked. Can they get through this opening pair though? That's where their mind should be at this stage. Can we get through Phillip and Seals. They've already done a bit of damage. A wicket apiece.
Wow. The sound off the bat told you everything you need to know about that stroke. Maybe the shot of the game.
Superb that from the Harpy Eagles skipper. Right smile on the face of Jaden Seals. Over pitching. Hasn't been quite at his best here on day 4. Have a look at that. Gets in a fantastic position. Slight trigger across to his off stump. But gets a good stride in. Good head position. Just has to get it through the gap for 4. I think that's his 3rd boundary here today. And he's looking good. Under immense pressure. Those are the type of strokes that just quiet the opposition. Nick, gone! Class! Jaden Seals responds. Massive delivery. That's that international class that we were speaking about. Not quite at his best, but good enough to produce a Jaffa. And Imlak has to go. His season comes to an end. 3 down now. 33 on the board.
You'll notice an exchange, a long exchange between Jid Gooley and Joshua De Silva at the end of this catch, because I think immediately De Silva made a movement. It was certainly Gooley's catching, and you have to credit the positioning of the slip cordon as well. Well taken again. The Red Force catching may have won them this title. It is a huge wicket to get Tevin Imlak right after he hit that boundary. The Harpy Eagles lose their captain. 3 down now inside the first 9 overs.
And I hope the young player Joshua James is taking note. The length, at the risk of being driven here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Take those 2 deliveries. He was slightly overpitched on the first one, driven through the covers. But he has the courage to go full again. He knows what's on offer here. The lateral movement, that swing with the new ball. The aid of that breeze blowing from east to west across the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just had to find that length. And with Imlak thinking that was drivable, load him into the stroke. Outside edge taken. Good catch. 3 down. Trinidad and Tobago definitely favorites now.
Kimo Savory got 17 in the first innings from 25 deliveries. He's got a couple of half centuries this season. And we're going to have to listen in for sure now, Mali, because Savory is the one player in the Harpy Eagles that had a lot to say to the Red Force batters. They're going to attack him with words and with the ball.
If you remember, he was going back and forth with Amir Jangu when he was at the crease yesterday. The Red Force are looking unstoppable at the moment. 2 straight. Strays on the pads, and Savory's away. So he'll breathe a sigh of relief.
It's funny because they're going at 4 runs and over. This is way more than what's needed. They only need 3. So the scoring rate, not a problem, but they are losing wickets in the process.
It's all about time left in this game for me, Nick.
Even if they didn't score another run, Mali, until lunch, which obviously is not going to happen as we look at the wicket again, they'd still be in a decent position in terms of the runs to get to the total. It's going to be about the wickets.
And it's how I felt this morning with the way Trinidad and Tobago Red Force went about batting. Even if they hadn't scored another run till lunch, the amount of time it would have taken out of the game, it would have made a run chase so much more difficult. Would have put so much more pressure on this Harpy Eagles team. It so far hasn't proven to haunt them. But it's slightly strange for me, just the way they would have gone about it. Maybe they knew they've got Anderson, Phillip and Jaden Seals in their team, backing themselves. We've spoken about it at length. The first title in 20 years. Last one, 2006. Darren Ganga led Trinidad and Tobago team. Brian Laro is still a member of that Trinidad and Tobago setup when they last won a title.
Every couple deliveries, Jaden Seals tends to go to this fuller ball. He's getting a lot more movement just as that change up. So he'll stick to his length for the majority of his spell, and then one of these deliveries will appear. Look at the movement on that. Excellent seam position though. And late as well. Does well in the end, Savory.
Yeah, Savory has to be cognizant of where that off stump is, especially with Seals possessing that ability to bring it back quite late. I think he's best served just to make sure he can get outside that off stump line. That way you'll know what to play, what to leave. Even if it comes back and hits the pads, he takes the LBW out of the equation. But successful over that for Jaden Seals. 2 for him today, removing Nandu and skipper Imlak. Imlak was looking good, but he got an absolute peach. 2 for 23 from his 5. Anderson Phillip into his 5th. I wonder how much longer skipper De Silva will keep the pair going.
More runs for Anderson, who, as you said, the last couple strokes he's played has all been on the front foot, looking to prod forward, looking to score. And the Red Force, with the cushion that they have in terms of these runs, they'll encourage that because they know that with them trying to score, it also brings them into the game.
Three slips and a gully point, extra cover mid-off. Very short mid-on and deep backward square. Good areas, good areas. Right on the money, that. As you said, Savory would have scored a couple half centuries this season. Came into the match over 200, 250 runs, I think. Batting at number 5.
Annoying the Red Force. Let's hear this as they get close to Savory. Django and Savory again. Yeah, they would, as they get closer to lunch, if Jonathan Van Lang is batting at lunch, the Red Force will feel like going into the break, not that they've won the game, but that they're very close because you've basically removed the entirety of the top order. And that's why Savory's role is so important, especially if he can keep finding the boundary like that.
Yeah, just slightly short this time from Anderson Phillip. Just allowing Savory to free the arms a little bit outside that off stump. Chops down through the vacant slip region for 4. It's in between. Down to that third man region. 5 runs from this over. It's where the batters have found run scoring a little easier is when that ball has just been slightly shorter. And as you were saying, Van Lang in possibly within the first 10 to 15 overs with the ball still moving around, still quite new and hard. That will be a real test for him against this very experienced and skillful bowling lineup. Chooses to go aerial though, got the length that he wanted. One bounce into that wideish mid-off boundary, sorry. So Savory's going to fight fire with fire.
Quite an expansive stroke. And you think maybe after the boundary he decides to play it safe for the rest of the over. But with mid-off up and nobody threatening at the boundary in front square, Savory going quite hard at that and getting the execution on it as well.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries, but Red Force will not be too displeased seeing Savory looking to take on their fast bowlers in the way that he is. They know just one chance. They need to create one chance here. They've caught well in the slip region. Go short. Go short to end. 9 runs from that over. 10 gone, 45 for 3.
What a final it's been, and tight, highly contested. Obviously the Red Force getting first innings by a slender 13-run margin, and at one stage when the Red Force were 205 for 4, you thought maybe it would be 320, 350 to win even, but it's only 281. Harpy Eagles now 45 for 3. And a quick start by their standards. They were 25 for 1 after 10 in the first innings. We've seen some expansive strokes. We've seen some boundaries as well. And Kevlin Anderson has led that charge.
And something he said today is both teams have really struggled at times to take the initiative. Whenever a team has just been slightly or perceived slightly ahead, the other team has pegged them back. But here we are once again. Red Force just forging ahead slightly. So from a Harpy Eagles perspective, they're going to need Anderson and Savory to bat for as long as possible. At least see them to lunch. Still an hour and 5 minutes or so.
I'd be fascinated to know what Ryan Hercules' blueprint for his batters were. Most of them have come out playing the same way, and we've seen that from Imlat, who hit the boundary, then was dismissed. Kevlin Anderson, Savory in the previous over. As he nears closer to lunch, does a message go out there to say we need to get to the break without losing any more wickets, or does he, if they're going well like they are now and this partnership continues to flourish in the next half an hour, is he quite happy to leave them and allow and trust his players in the middle to work it out?
Beautiful. He's done well not to nick that one, Kevlin Anderson. I think if he was in slightly better form here this season, he probably would have got an edge on that. That was a top delivery. That would have beat most batters worldwide. Have a look at the bounce on the way through.
For De Silva, his consideration. There he is, Ryan Hercules, left of screen. Head coach. De Silva's consideration will be about Terrence Hines, and when he features, Hercules, you know, a lot of people have spoken about Imlat. Winning and trying to win his third title, being just the 6th player in the history of this tournament to win 3 or more titles. But Ryan Hercules, he was assistant coach for that win in 2023, and he's won the 3 titles as well as head coach. So he too has had an excellent record at the helm. In the gap, and more runs square of the wicket from Kevlin Anderson. Some applause from the Harpy Eagles. They will believe.
Yeah, they'll still have some belief here that they can get up and win this championship. Kevlin Anderson slightly wide, just through the hands at it. As we were saying, he's going to look to play a few strokes. 18 of 22, healthy strike rate. He's going to look to put pressure back onto these Trinidad and Tobago Red Force seamers. Can he survive though? Can he survive till lunch? In fact, they shouldn't be looking too far ahead. Each delivery, take it delivery by delivery. That's better. It's good. Solid block to end. 4 runs from that over. 49 for 3. And now, Nick, 6 overs from Seals, 5 from Anderson Phillip. Seals just looking like maybe he's starting to flag a little bit physically here in the second innings. Wonder how long they keep him going for. Maybe one more. As he said, Terrence Hines, he's been fantastic as well. He's been a valuable all-rounder for this Red 4 setup, as we see Elaine and Lou in their customary position. Elaine rocking her Red 4 top today.
So will be Phillip to continue from this circuit Amber's end. Even after the couple of boundaries from Savory, they've kept the field tight and aggressive. He goes again and he'll get more runs, this time 6. Another time he's targeted straight down the ground. Superb from Savory.
Yeah, over pitched. Just played through the line with a straight bat, did Kamal Savory. He's taking a bit of risk here, but so far he's reaped the rewards. That one saved some 20 meters or so over that boundary. So we see the intentions of Kamal Savory. How long can he continue in this vein, though? Will one of these deliveries have his name on it?
They've definitely made up their mind in terms of the approach. They're gonna go down being positive, trying to score, even though they're 30 for 3, still stuck to the process of being aggressive.
Yeah, the 50 coming up with that stroke as well.
And still mid off in the circle, like that from De Silva.
Just pull back the length slightly.
When I was having that chat with Ryan Hercules this morning, Mali, he reminded me of a game back in that 2023 season when he was assistant, Leon Johnson's last season as captain. And he said he used this to encourage the team, where they were playing the Leeward Islands that year, and the Leewards were chasing 143, and they went into the evening, day 4, on 81 for 1. And everyone around the Caribbean, he didn't know what to say to his players. Everyone thought it was a foregone conclusion Leewards would win the game. They ended up winning by 17 runs. Kevin Sinclair got a 6-foot. Short of that slip. So he's told his guys, think about this season here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium when they lost first innings to the Volcanoes and won the game. He said, guys, we've been in these positions before where we've been under pressure and we've come back and won games. Let us channel that. Use that to inspire and lift as we go through the day. And you're almost seeing that in their approach with the bat. Even though they've lost a few wickets early, they've been trying to absorb some pressure. Still fighting.
Very much so. They've gotten the air of a team that has been here before. Whether they get up and get the victory here today, they've showed that championship fight, that pedigree.
Will be more runs for Kamal Savory in the last couple of overs. He's really shifted, just slightly shifted the momentum of this game.
Definitely has. His second 6 this time. Taking on the short delivery from Anderson Phillip. So pressure being put back on. And you're saying, yes, he's changed it quite quickly indeed. 24 off 13. If he was to continue in this vein for another 5 to 10 overs, I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be very worried indeed. But they've just got to hold their nerve. Once again, that word composure comes to mind. Who's going to hold their composure under pressure? Slightly more defensive field being employed by Josh De Silva. Just the 2 slips and a gully now.
Fielders there, would you believe it? It's carried. Savory's aggression has ended. It could be a massive moment in the title race.
That's exactly what about his innings. He was taking a lot of risks. All you need is one not quite out the middle of the bat. And Josh James on that point boundary takes a fantastic sharp catch. It was flying, got a bit of width, threw the hands at it, flew away, wideish third man. Takes a tumbling catch and the fourth wicket down. We'll take a break. Join us back. Everything happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Right, 61 for 4 after 11.5 overs. Anderson Phillip with the second wicket. After coming up with just one in the first innings, his tally now up to 25 wickets in the season. He's one away from equaling Gudakesh Moti. Van Lang, who got 50 in the first inning, 61 for 4, and this is how Kimo Savory went.
Yeah, got a bit of width outside the off stump, threw the hands at it, head up in the air, taking the thick outside edge, sharp catch at third man by Josh James, and you can tell just how ecstatic the Red Force are with that wicket. 4 for 61. Just 12 overs bowled, almost halfway through this Harpy Eagles batting lineup.
It's amazing because there's literally one fielder on the offside boundary, and Savory would have been trying to hit that in front, but maybe just touched late on it and slightly open back face, and well taken by James as well, who had to deal with that wind that pushes the ball across, usually down to that side. Giving him the walk-off, escorting him off, Jaden Seals and co. And Seals continuing post strings.
Got to be a little careful with that. Seals and the Trinidadians in international cricket, you'll be losing a bit of money.
But we spoke to Jonathan Van Lang on day 2 after he got to 50, and it was a 50 filled with opportunities missed by the Red Force, half chances, not going to hand, not carrying. He talked about how much he learned and the character required to be at this level. He's got a first-class 100 and a 50, and he's in his second game. And you think this will add to the experience even more, batting under pressure in the 4th innings.
That's the thing. It's a curious case of Jonathan Van Lang. He said first-class 100, but we're still trying to work out whether that
Ali,
gave at the West Indies.
Please, let it go. Just let it go. It's
I
a
can't.
first-class 100.
Mate, I'm on Quick Info. It says Jonathan Van Lang is on first-class debut.
Well,
I don't know what to do.
they have not
I don't know
updated
what
their
to
records.
say, right? It's been a few days now. It's a massive thing. I mean,
It will be updated.
we have to speak about.
I'm gonna make sure that it's updated.
We have to speak about it.
We're speaking, and I'm telling you that it has first-class status.
According to who? You?
According to the Cricket West Indies website,
Okay,
it's
the
been
Cricket-
granted.
The Cricket West Indies website. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So can you concede now?
I'm not conceding. No. I don't necessarily go to the Cricket West Indies websites for my stats.
Folks.
Neither do you.
Folks, after this game, I'm going to make sure that ESPN Cricket Info has it updated that Jonathan Van Lang
Yeah.
and inputs the entire game into the system.
Exactly.
Don't you worry, folks.
Exactly. We need that.
I'm going to put it, and Mali Richards will put it on his social media.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm still looking and seeing Van Lang's on debut. So do I say he got a 50 on debut or did he get 100 on debut? Which one is it? Like,
Okay, let me rephrase. In 2 games he's played this year, he got that 100 against the West Indies Academy at the ARG, and a 1 definite first-class 50 in the first innings of this
all
year.
right. At this stage, may change tomorrow, but right now, well said, Nick.
You're special, Mali Richards.
But more importantly than that, he's in against a ball that's only 12.4 overs old.
Will be a new experience.
Fantastic experience for him going forward. Aerial, once again, just a bit of width, throwing the hands at it. Anderson gets away with that one, moves into the 20s with that boundary.
And these batters haven't been phased by what's happened at the opposite end. So even though wickets have fallen, still continue to be quite progressive in their shot making. And also, just to clarify for those who would have missed it, in the first innings there was a correction to the score. So Van Lang, who was dismissed for 46, I think it was then given the 4 runs after the event. So he actually did get to 50. Just short again of slip Corden, 65 for 4.
I think what's clear so far in his young career, as long as Jonathan Van Lang is involved, something's going to happen. I haven't seen as much hullabaloo or confusion over young players' first 2 games at professional cricket.
I remember though in his under-19, I think it was a series against England, the under-19 series when Van Lang got 5 consecutive 50s. So he'll have that confidence of knowing when he's been in a run, a purple patch of good form, he's been able to follow it up multiple times with scores. Obviously this is a much different level in terms of at the professional level now, but still will give him some level of confidence. Philip again.
That's the area for me. That's the area where he'll have to improve. It's going to get good working over here, Jonathan Van Lang, especially against the moving ball. Likes to stay leg side. I think they got to get another slip in there as well to Van Lang. Just the 3 slips on it. Well, not just, but 3 slips on a gully at the moment. Get 4 in. That's good. Good leave. That's what you want to see from the young man.
Fascinating 45 minutes coming up, going into lunch. Especially with Anderson still there, the way he's batting. And remember, folks, going back to the first innings where the Red Force bowled quite full at Van Lang because he's not one to really come forward and make a prominent step onto that front foot. Seeing it here again.
Yeah, you got to pack that cordon for me. Even if you're pulling out that extra cover, or you keep extra cover in, take cover out, maybe force him to try and hit the ball a bit square. That brings the outside edge into play. Got to get another one in for me. Got to get another one in. So bowled, well played. Could leave that. Every delivery for Van Lang, he'll be taking in the information, the pace, the bounce. Something we were speaking about on day one, just the eyes adjusting to the light. Would have been sat in the dark area of the dugout. It's just going to take him a bit of time. Got to give himself an opportunity here, Jonathan. Beauty.
Well left.
Yep.
Yeah, well left. I know it looked like a play and a miss, but what do you do now, Mali? If you're in Ryan Hercules' position, do you ask Kevin Anderson to keep scoring?
Well, you don't ask him to keep scoring. You just want him to play the situation. You don't want him to go forcing. But when the ball is in his perceived scoring areas, you want to see conviction with the stroke. No half measures. Still got to exhibit a sound defense on this pitch. Got to be able to keep out the good balls. Just there. Playing a miss. Saw that numerous times in that first innings. Luckily for Van Lang, no outside edge taken. Good over though from Philip. 2 for 37 from his 7. 69 for 4. Still another 212 for the Harpy Eagles to win, and just 6 wickets for the Red Force. Yeah, Nick, if you're Coach Hercules, you want to come into lunch with just 4 wickets down. Can't afford to lose anymore. Now you're starting to get into the all-rounders and the lower order. The top order has failed here today. It's going to have a change in bowling now. Jaden Seals will be replaced. Looks like Terence Hines being brought into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
3 wickets in the first innings for Terence Hines, and was critical in the wickets that he picked up. Got Imlat when he was quite set coming into attack. He also got Kevlin Anderson like before, and then Kimo Savory as well. So he removed the middle order of that Harper Eagles batting lineup.
He did. He ripped the heart out of the middle order with his 3 wickets. And if you think of just how you would have performed with the bat as well, got valuable contributions in both innings.
He was getting some prodigious away movement, and he'll have the wind coming from the right of your screen, assisting, pushing the ball across the right-handers. Immediately, Anderson is down the pitch.
Yeah, I think he'll continue to do so with that low slingy action. Anderson still battling away. He's gotten to a start. We know he can score big when he gets himself set.
So it's 212 runs to win. If you're the Harper Eagles and you get into the break with under 200 to win, with the prowess that your Lord has shown all season, you've got to believe. And of course the Red Force, well, no one will need to tell them to believe. They'll think that they've got this in the bag, but without taking it for granted. So it really is what you want from a final. On the final day, with everything at stake, all on the line, you want both teams with the chance to win it. Django will run around and does well with the boot to save a boundary.
Yeah, you're right, Nikhil. Here on day 4, start of play, both teams would have felt that they've got an opportunity to win the game, and that's exactly what you want. That would have told us that it's been an evenly contested match. But it's 71 for 4, it's still 210 to get. If you were a betting man, you'd probably be leaning in the favor of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So you see a helmet being brought out for wicketkeeper Josh De Silva. He's going to stand up to the stumps.
And what he told Terrence Hines there, I don't know if you picked it up in the effects mics, he said nothing changes. Stick to your normal length. Sometimes you see when keepers come up to the stumps, the length goes back naturally. See if Hines can find it.
Pull him.
It's a good adjustment as well, because they've realized that Anderson's way is to come far down the pitch. He's got to think twice about that.
Something must change, Terrell.
Very interesting stroke that for me from Kevlon Anderson.
Almost feels
Something must change.
Smiley that the batter feels cramped when the keeper comes up.
Has that psychological effect, forcing them to do something slightly different, something a little uncharacteristic. Kevlon Anderson isn't one of those players that looks to muscle the ball.
How's that?
What a take. They won't get the decision, but that is a superb take from Joshua De Silva. You can see how he's come up with the bounce.
Yeah, ball got big on Anderson and Joshua De Silva, but it's a fantastic take, as you said. Rose with the bounce, and it's been an area of concern for Joshua De Silva at times. So far, he's looked very sharp behind the stumps. That footwork looks good.
Yeah, third, go on and do it.
I think when he lost his place in the West Indies team, he was just looking a little tired for me at times. Maybe he was carrying a few injuries. Wasn't moving as freely behind the stumps. The runs weren't coming off his bat either.
Well bowled, Terrell.
But looks renewed, refreshed and
Well bowled,
energized.
Terrell.
Seals talking to the batters. Seals talking to the batters.
Joshy.
Will be a change from both ends. At times during this season, we've seen Jaden Seals replace Anderson Phillip, sometimes swap ends, but De Silva quite happy to go to something different from both ends going into this lunch break. They want to be ruthless. They'll want one more, and especially Anderson, who's pushed the scoring. Still 210 runs away. It's a lot of runs. Kimo Paul still to come. And then you're into Moti, Pramal, now Smith.
Similar to Kamal Savory, the Red Force wouldn't be too unhappy with Kevin Anderson playing in the way that he is. He's taking a lot of risks. Looking to muscle the ball. They'll know they just need to create one chance. With a batter playing in that fashion, I think that chance will be presented to them. But here's Josh James.
There's a bit of a tumble on in delivery. Big frame, 6'5" to get down there.
Keep an eye on his length in this spell. As we said, just bowled the 8 overs in that Guyana first innings. Picked up 1 for 36. Was a little inconsistent in his length. For me, just a little too short. Let's see if he's watched over the past couple of days so he can make that adjustment.
The field is set for the short ball. So, brush the body on the way through. There is that deep square, and they've added the deep fine along with deep point. And for James, who gets that bounce and inward movement, could be uncomfortable for Anderson if he can get it a bit higher. Getting a harder ball as well, coming in a bit earlier than he did in that first innings.
Yeah, it seems to be the way they've tried to use Joshua James, with him employing that shorter length. On this pitch, though, I think you can use that shorter ball as more of a surprise, but you've got to be predominantly fuller.
Yeah, trying to bowl straight and just missing his line. Early days in the spell.
I think he's just got to keep it simple at this stage. Nice, good line and length. Just honor about that off stump and let the pitch do the rest. As you said, 6'4", 6'5", delivers from a height. What makes bowlers such as this a very challenging prospect is the fact that they can get the ball to bounce from a fuller length.
And that's a way to score as well. As expansive as Anderson has been, sometimes that's a sensible way to score. You just get an easy one with the field slightly back now. The likes of Phillip and Jaden Seals at mid-on and mid-off are on the edge of the circle, so that becomes one. So it's about almost supplementing the boundary options with the singles as well.
Yeah, it's low-risk scoring, isn't it? It's dropping the ball into the gaps. Best batters are able to maneuver the ball into those gaps, play with soft hands and get off strike.
Another one down the leg side, missing his line. You can just see where the inner fielders, the ones that are close in, and now it's different because they're walking towards James, but look at the point fielder. Mohammed at extra cover after he shines the ball is going to go back. Look where Anderson Phillip is standing. That's one for Anderson at mid-on. And Mohammed will go back to extra cover. So you have the opportunity now, whereas in the first innings they were quite tight. Just staying back, thinking about the boundary option. There again, easy single. Smart batting from the Harper Eagles, 74 for 4.
I think it's important aims on. I think at the risk of even just being a little wider, that off stump, he's got to be in that area, that line. It's a bit straight for me. Still a lot on offer, as you said, just 16 overs bowled. Bars still hard, still moving around. These conditions suit Josh James ideally, but he just hasn't executed so far.
And the Red Force have kept the helmet out there, so it tells us that when Anderson gets on strike, probably comes up to the stump again, De Silva. Wow. Some deviation off the pitch.
I'm not going to lie, just looking at young Van Lang at this stage of his career, just look at that front foot. Just goes leg side. He squares himself up quite a bit, especially when the ball's going away from him. Becomes very barrel-chested. Just got to stay side on, hold that position for a split second longer. Wasn't sure about that one. Luckily for him, he gets off strike.
There's 30 minutes before lunch, and I think we saw it yesterday with the Harper Eagles. I'd be interested to see if De Silva is considering the option of going to an over or two of spin before lunch, just because that harder ball may get a bit of extra skid from Carey Pierre. You think if he can bowl from the opposite end that Hines is operating from now, with those rough areas, maybe he gets something out this pitch. It might be worth the look. Time will tell if De Silva actually goes there or he sticks with his pacers.
It's a good question, Nick, but for me, I think you got to stick with your pacers based on what's on offer out there. Van Lang and Kevlon Anderson. Van Lang in particular looking a bit suspect against the swinging ball at this stage of his career. Seems like a nick could happen at any time. So you got to keep your seam bowlers on. Especially with the ball still hard on you, as you said.
A wild heave from Van Lang. Doesn't carry to James at deep point. Red Force were confident about the run out. I think he's made it. It's almost uncharacteristic in what we've seen from Van Lang in the first innings.
Straight through. Right next to
As talented as he is, I think he's got a lot of work to do still, young Van Lang. But this is a valuable part of that cricketing experience, that cricketing journey. So you see that run-out chance there, just getting back home.
And let's not underestimate the decision as well from Dayton Butler. A good decision made in real time.
Sharp. It's very close indeed.
Three to get. I reckon, Mali, if these two are batting with 10 minutes to go before lunch, we'll see spin.
Possible.
We could also see a return of a Seals for a couple of overs before lunch.
Especially to a Van Lang.
And if James is not getting his radar right, we saw a number of deliveries down the leg side. I think that's a viable option.
I think what spin will do at this stage, though, is probably just rough that ball up. Land on the shiny side. I think he'll delay that. But we'll see. Once again, outer half of the bat. Not getting into a strong position there. Is Van Lang a bit upright? Slipping very dangerously indeed.
Scrub that, show that now.
There's a bit of a chat coming out for Anderson and Van Lang. Maybe a word from Coach Hercules, just to see them through to lunch unscathed. No further losses. Can James find the right length? Found it only on a few occasions in that first innings.
James continuing. Joshua De Silva trying to be the first captain that delivers a title to this nation in 20 years. Darren Ganga, the last man to do it back in 2006. And you think for the Harp Eagles, it's total opposite. Tim Imlach trying to win his third consecutive. Sometimes, Mali, it just takes winning one. And it really opens up the next few years for the Red Force. They'll look at it and say they've got a few young players coming through. James is one of them. If they can get a Jaden Seals back for the following season. Interested to see, though, how they develop batting-wise, the likes of a Cephas Cooper. They've got Kamil Puran, who's a young player who's played for SAS Cricket. There's been a few that have come through. Because when you lose a Jason Mohammed now, who fills that void at 4 for you?
Yeah, it's been an issue for the West Indies as a whole. Finding those top order batters that score consistently. We've had flashes, but especially at international cricket, we need to try and get batters into a purple patch. We need to find batters who can perform similar to Marnus Labuschagne. At least when he first got into international cricket, he was like in a purple patch for a couple of years. We don't manage to sustain that success with the bat for long enough for me. Ariel.
Another time where they've gone full and Van Lang hasn't really come forward. Playing the ball from mainly the crease.
That's the area for me where he has to work on. Just having that set, solid base in which to launch from.
When you deal with batters like this, what advice are you giving them? Are you asking him to make more of a pronounced step with that left foot, towards the ball?
It's not too much he can do at this stage.
Yeah, not now, but going forward. That looks straight. Looks close, and the finger goes up. Half the side gone. Red Force are close.
That's the length. This time just nipping back. Similar to the delivery that would have removed Chemo Paul in that first innings from Josh James. It's been a little inconsistent with his length. But here, just a tad bit fuller. Camped on the back foot. Good decision. Maybe just clipping that leg stump, top of the leg stump. He's got to go, though. Jonathan Van Lang. His season comes to an end. He was looking quite shaky, to be fair, in this innings. James picks up his first, and as he said, Nickel, halfway through the side. They were smelling it earlier. They can almost taste it now, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
One of the stars of the 2026 edition of this competition, Chemo Paul, 12 wickets and 250s, along with that 49 he got in the first innings. And if it's one thing he told us yesterday at the end of play, he will fight.
It's not very often you would take so long to batter. It's not very often you would do it. Keep going, keep going.
And he's got to fight in a massive way if his team is to get anywhere close to this 281. They still need 202 more, and they've lost half their side.
Yeah, alongside Jaden Seals, you'd say Chemo Paul. Standout player in this match.
Evan Lewis as well, with that 100.
With that 100 second innings. Paul has been consistent. He's contributed in both innings with the ball. Can he do so with bat? Gets a sharp single to get off the mark.
Bowlers, move around, boys. Go, stay fine leg.
Which size you wear there, boy? What size you are there? 15. 15? Yeah. Yeah, 13
One for that, boy. One for that, boy.
Let me Larry Tom.
Go ahead, TJ.
You reckon Nick still thinks Spin will get a go? With that, with
Maybe not after that wicket. 21 minutes to lunch. They'll be wanting more. They'll be ruthless and hungry. The Red Force. One thing we've seen, and you got it right, he's a handful. And I remember that 6 feet he took at Kensington Oval last season. He had the ball seaming around a lot. There was some extra grass on the pitch in that game, and when he can land the ball in that area, he's a handful with the bounce and what he's able to do off the pitch.
Yeah, and he could have been a real handful here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in these conditions. As you were saying, just not finding the ideal length often enough. That's beautifully played. Kemo Paul showing that power through the offside. One that just sat up from Terence Hines. At that pace, he can't afford to be too short either. Stand and deliver from Kemo Paul.
Well on top of the bounce there and shot. Full of confidence from a man that's batted well this season. And he's come in a lot earlier this year as well with a new responsibility at 6, batting 7 in this game. But he would have been used to facing the relatively new ball. And because of that boundary, fielders slightly back, you get an easy single.
Yeah, he's really improved his batting for me. Coming out of the under-19s. Batting has just gotten better and better. That art of batting and constructing an innings possesses immense power as well. It's Kemo Paul. He's had a fantastic game. He may end up winning, may not end up winning this title, but he can say that he's put his hand up in this final. He's given his team every opportunity that he possibly could, running tirelessly on day 3. And here he is out in the middle alongside Anderson, fighting away. Need a partnership. Need just a 50-run partnership or so between this pair. At least 50-run partnership to give themselves any hope. Getting close to this total. Still 196 to get. All of a sudden, a few smiles from Jaden Seals. Not quite as aggressive, as competitive. Maybe feeling a lot better with 5 wickets down.
Ever since the Silvers come up to the stumps, Anderson hasn't been as expansive. He was scoring at a runner ball a few overs ago. Slowed down, and you think, Mali, even with Moti and Shamar Joseph to come, we've seen that they're more than capable. It's got to be this partnership. They've got to take a large amount of the runs out of that deficit. If they're to get close, the Eagles, you'd back Moti in the low order to get maybe 100, maybe 120, but you're still 200 runs away.
Long way away indeed.
Well played by Anderson, 85 for 5.
Yeah, 5 runs from that over. If you remember, Nikhil, when Joshua De Silva first stood up to the stumps, Kevin Anderson just seemed to lose his composure a little bit. Playing across the line, looking to take the aerial route, maybe looking to hit the ball a bit too hard. But since then, he's just gone back into that bubble. He's looked a lot more assured, a lot more like the Kevlin Anderson that we've grown to see over the past few seasons.
17 minutes to get 1 wicket.
Can Josh James find that length again? To Kemo Paul this time. He's got that Deep square leg in position and fine leg for that short ball. Wide fine leg for that top edge. 2 slips and a gully.
Struggled a little bit with his radar and a lot of deliveries down the leg side. Sometimes that's the difficulty, and I remember a few of the New Zealand players, Mali, telling me about facing OJ Shields in that test series last year. It never feels settled because you almost don't know when he's going to get it right. And it's similar with James. When he gets the ball right, like we saw against Kimo Paul, who he bowled in the first innings, and that previous wicket of Van Lang, it's a challenging ball to face.
Yeah, it's that unpredictability which can pose problems.
Did you find those bowlers in your day were harder to face?
Definitely. The erratic ones that could still produce those wicket-taking deliveries. They'd be all over the place. You'd have to concentrate, and then out to the blue, they'd produce this jaff. You'd be like, where did that come from? Why me?
Doesn't carry. Excellent effort, though, from Anderson Phillip, who put his body on the line.
Definitely did. He's a fantastic athlete, Anderson Phillip. Had to dive forward in the end. Couldn't quite get his fingers under that one. Looking for power was Kimo Paul. That one was on the up. Looking to muscle that away. A hard length, bit of extra bounce, hitting high on the bat. James could get it right here. Could be quite devastating. Just has to find that slightly fuller length. And the line has to be off stump. Just outside. Better. Drifted a little bit too straight in the end. But better length that.
Still keep going back to that opening day, Mali. When the Red Force were in an even worse off position to this, they were 87 for 6. And you just thought the title was going back to Guyana, and it could very well still do, but it just tells you about the ebb and flow of this format, and it's why I think this format is so revered, because of the differences and difficulties of sustaining that excellence over 4 days.
That's the length. That's the length. It is. It's the purest, most favorite form, the longer format.
And I asked Vinod yesterday if he thought young people still wanted to play this format. I think to set our players up for the T20 and the leagues around the world, we've got to get them, the young ones around the region, falling in love with this format again. I absolutely love this format, but there are a lot of people my age that don't watch. They prefer the shorter format, and they prepare and structure their games around that shorter format. Nice try from Kimo Paul, should be a couple. So that's how do we get those young people falling in love with this again? And I think this final will go a long way. The intensity with which the cricket has been played, 89 for 5.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Nick. How do we get these youngsters more involved in the red ball format, the longer format of the game? For me, it's the storylines and the way the conditions change as the game progresses.
Yeah, carry it. Get of it.
Been a thoroughly enjoyable final. The 4 days of cricket. It's been hard fought. Under 200 runs for the Harper Eagles to win. 5 wickets needed for the Red Force. I think because so much was riding on it as well. Both teams want to be a part of history. You think about the Leon Johnson side and the fact that he had 6 titles to his name. Imlak hunting a similar feat.
Really good, TJ.
Would be his third if he can get there. And then you've got on the other side of things a team that hasn't won at all.
Go in, TJ.
And it's the team that has struggled to get up and win a title over the past 20 years. That's in the ascendancy at the moment.
Wow. Excellent from Kevlon Anderson, who has taken his foot off the accelerator for the last few overs against Terence Hines. Pressed on it there.
Yeah, played that one with a bit of disdain, did Kevlon Anderson. Swatted away through that leg side.
Yeah. Push.
That shot forces an adjustment in the field. Joshua James at third man. He's going to come across to fine leg. In fact, he's going to square leg. He's going the long way. Looks like Amir Django is going to come into fine leg. So they're going to plug the gap on that onside boundary. That square leg boundary. Just the three fielders on the onside. No one up in the 30-yard circle, as you'd say.
Should be more runs.
Into the 30s is Anderson. So after quite a chaotic start, let's say, from Kevlon Anderson, he's quieted down nicely. He's gone back into the mode that we've grown accustomed to seeing him.
We're going to get a good sense now into the thinking of the Harper Eagles. They're 10 minutes to lunch. Do they continue attacking, or do these two, almost like what Seals and Phillip did, where they were going quite fluently, but for the last 5 overs of day 1, they completely eliminated all risks and decided they're going to get to the end. With the scoring comes high risk. You think, Mali, if they're 6 down going into lunch, losing one of these two, you're in a difficult position. Whereas if you go in with these two batting, the way they've scored in the last 15 to 20 minutes, there will still be some optimism there.
Definitely. Such a thin line between success and failure. One wicket here could just completely change the complexion again. Got to keep grinding. Got to take it as deep as possible, this RP Eagles batting lineup. Especially if you keep a few wickets in hand. They've lost 5 already, but if they were to keep a few wickets in hand, it would allow them that luxury to launch. Possibly after lunch. And later on in the day. But those 5 wickets down. Absolutely crucial in terms of the mode in which they go about it. Even if they were 60 for 1 at this stage, that foundation set.
95 for 5 after that quick single, and we always thought coming into it, it would have been interesting to see how they went about it, because you don't associate Chandapal, Nandu, their style of play especially, with having to be quite proactive. And in the end, when they actually dismissed them so early in the day, they could have actually played their normal way.
Exactly.
Because usually they score around 3 runs and over.
Similar to Evan Lewis this morning. Could have just gone about playing normal cricket. It would have been good enough. Same for Nandu and Chandapal. It seemed like they thought they had to get off to a flyer. And I think that's because they knew the quality they were up against as well. Wanted to stay as positive as possible, maybe looking to put pressure back onto Seals and Phillip because of just how good they've been this season.
And I wonder if they'll reflect on the 5 dismissals. The batters that are out already will reflect and say, this should be 4, will be 4. So another missing line from Joshua James.
Yeah, poor line, poor length.
I was just thinking, Mali, if you reflect on the dismissals and you wonder how many of the balls were actual good deliveries by the Red Force. Did we force them to bowl their best ball to remove us? Or did we gift some of the wickets? I think about Savory's shot after hitting that boundary. And yes, maybe had that gone for 4 or 6, we'd be sitting here having a different conversation. But it's always the tough part in this format to try to map out your blueprint and find that ideal way of chasing runs on a final day.
Beauty, beauty. That's what we're talking about. Touching down just on that off stump outside. Bit of extra bounce, slightly fuller length. Have a look at the carry on the way through to the wicketkeeper. Every now and again you get a glimpse of what Joshua James could be if he was consistent. So much to work with. And just to go back to your point of the wickets that would have fallen today, for me, maybe Tevin Imlach, the only one to say maybe I could have left, but it was a good delivery nonetheless. All the other batters must say they contributed quite heavily to their own demise. Nandu getting the hands out in front, just 3 deliveries, not really giving himself an opportunity.
Again, that's probably where he'd want to operate. Bowling quite straight, Joshua James, getting the ball to finish in and around the hip of Kemo Paul, tucking him up. But they all have the same shirt on. Team of Yam. Chance this. Anderson Phillip is under it and should take it. He does. On the brink of lunch. The Red Force may have got the most important wicket. Partnership broken, and it's the senior man, Kemo Paul, dismissed.
Just as you were saying, Nikhil, the difference between 5 and 6. Absolutely huge. Joshua James, once again, better length. He's gotten Kemo Paul both times in this final. Bowled him in the first innings. This time, Anderson Phillip takes a good catch at mid-on. 6 wickets down now, and they're staring down the barrel of the Harpy Eagles. 99 for 6, and Kemo Paul's season comes to an end.
Huge moment on the final day as Gurukesh Moti walks in before lunch. Don't know if he would have been expecting after walking off the field about an hour and a half ago that he would be coming back on with the bat. And Kevlon Anderson, who's fought his way to 32, he's running out of partners.
He definitely is. It goes back to that point. They're just contributing to their own downfall, too many of these Happy Eagles batters. 50 for 1 at this stage. 2 gives them an opportunity with 2 sessions to play. But they've gone a little too hard too soon for me. And it's
hindsight is always 20/20, but especially 3 minutes to lunch. You wouldn't want to have gifted the Red Force, even if they went in there 5 down without another run on the board. There would have still been slight doubts about the partnership, which had got up very quickly.
I think they've just exposed, especially with the way the openers would have gotten out as quickly as they did. They exposed that middle order to the new ball. Savey tried to counter-attack, but that was never really going to be the mode in which he could continue for that long.
And 99 for 6, maybe 1 over until lunch.
So Joshua James has come to the party here in the second innings. It's probably taken him a few days. He's had a watch, looked at some of the lengths in which the Harpy Eagles and also his own Red Force teammates, the lengths they've employed. And he's made that adjustment and reaped the rewards. 2 for 12 from his 4. He'd love to sign off this season with a couple more wickets indeed. He said Moti, the first class 100 on his record though.
I think the first class 100 now gets them
Wow,
quite close.
it does. Can he find something close to that? Be hoping to just survive till lunch. Anderson on strike though.
I saw that bowled him.
Seems
It's
like
going to be painful for De Silva.
I think it hit De Silva. Not sure how that missed the stumps. Have a look at this again. Standing up to the medium pace of Terence Hines. Fantastic delivery. Pitch just on that off stump. Going away. Bit of bounce. Hitting Josh De Silva on the body. Good thing he called for that helmet.
I think because of where the ball starts, the line of the ball at the start, De Silva may be just blinded. So it's quite straight, and you can see him moving around to cover the ball on off stump. Just in the end, would have reacted late. And this time goes past him down the leg side. Never easy those takes to the spinner. Imagine to the faster bowler. 100 comes up.
100 comes up with that delivery just sliding down the leg side from Terence Hines. Previous delivery, you noted, Nikhil, where that ball started. Maybe just unsighting Josh De Silva a little bit. But also where the ball started, lured Kevlon Anderson into the stroke. It was on the stumps, had to play, or felt like he had to play. Now De Silva goes back. Anderson out of his crease, looking to counter the movement of Terence Hines.
And immediately takes a few steps down.
And you understand why to Terence Hines. Maybe doesn't get that extravagant bounce as maybe a Josh James, Jaden Sears, Anderson Phillip. It's because of that action. Low arm, slingy. Has to really hammer it in short to get it up high.
My question is, Mali, after the movement and then the short ball, does he still continue to come down the pitch?
I think he will. 3 deliveries or so till lunch. He's going to look to advance, I think. Just there again. But that's the length. Just pulled back slightly. Good adjustment that from Terence Hines. If Anderson is going to advance, just has to pull the length back slightly. Have a look. Not quite as full. And with him advancing, it turns into a good length delivery. Just needs to keep working away outside that off-stump Terence Hines. Almost carried to that gully fielder. Was it Cephas Cooper? Once again advancing, taking the outside edge, flies away but went down.
Nice from Moti to just come down as a senior man and let's have a word with Anderson. 1 ball to lunch. They're going to go into this break, the Harper Eagles, with some regret. The way Anderson has batted in this session, the fact that they've lost 6 wickets and have gifted a number of them to the Red Force. They would have wished they were just 4 down. You had maybe some more of that depth to come after lunch, especially the Chemo Paul one. I think that one will hurt them the most. 5 minutes to lunch and you lose him. Anyways, it's been quite the eventful session, and the Red Force are 2 sessions away from lifting this trophy. They'll need 4 wickets when we return. For the Harper Eagles, still possible. They'll need a further 177 runs, 78 runs, make that if they are to win a 4th consecutive title. It's been action-packed, 8 wickets going down in this session, and cannot wait to see what we have in store post-lunch. Do join us in about 45 minutes.
Best attack in the region, boys. We have the best attack in the region here, man.
Welcome back, everyone.
So-called champions under a lot of pressure here, boys. Right arm over.
Been greeted to
Gonna get flattened today, man.
some of the Red Force encouragement, and what a session it was before lunch. 6 wickets going down after they were bowled out with 281 runs set as a target. Just to update you, Kimo Paul fell on the stroke of lunch 5 minutes before the break, so it meant Gudakesh Moti came out at number 8. The Red Force are 4 wickets away from delivering a title, the first title in 20 years. What a special achievement it would be, and mainly because of this man, Anderson Phillip. Now up to 25 wickets, just 1 away from Gudakesh Moti, and he'll be hoping for 2 more to actually lead the charge. But the Harper Eagles will put up some resistance. They'll feel that they've still got a chance to win this game. All to play for in session 2 on day 4. Can you start and stop? Good to hear the encouragement from the Red Force. They've been quite upbeat throughout this game and would have given them a lot of confidence seeing the back of Kimo Paul. On the leg side, trying to find his radar post-lunch. And we're going to also have the wickets to show you in terms of what's gone on to this point, the 6 wickets, and the manner in which the Harper Eagles batters have fallen. Going at a healthy clip, well on par. This was the first wicket of the day. It was Tejaran Chandapal, full delivery, and maybe just late on it, hitting the inner portion of the bat and played on. Then after that, it was Matthew Nandu. No, it was actually Imlak, so we didn't see the Nandu wicket. He fell before those two. Nice drive, really confident push from Gudakesh Moti. He's underway.
Sweetly driven that. And need a lot more of those, the Harper Eagles. But he does possess that batting ability, a best of 110 at the first class level. Just need a partnership. They need a partnership here, the Guyana Harper Eagles. Spoke about those 6 wickets, Nikhil. Joshua James picking up 2 of those. So he'll feel more a part of this final, that he's contributed in a positive way here in the second innings. Moti looks like he's going to continue playing strokes.
And for Joshua James as well, the wicket of Kimo Paul twice in this match. A critical wicket as well, because in the first innings, Kimo Paul was 49 and looked well set. He was almost taking the game away from Trinidad and Tobago. And then in this game, 14 and just on the stroke of lunch when they needed that wicket, needed to break the partnership, he delivered.
Yeah, in a timely manner. Spoke about that partnership, Kimo Paul and Jonathan Van Lang. At that stage, it looked like the Harper Eagles would wrest the initiative away. But he produced that fuller length. And so far, every time he's done so, more often than not, he's reaped the rewards. He hasn't done it enough for me in the match. But here on day 4, he's picked up 2 massive wickets. And as you said, to dismiss Paul twice, who's been the standout player for the Guyana Harper Eagles in this game. Take a lot of confidence from that. A lot of noise out in the middle. Red Force probably feeling like this is a formality. For Gudakesh Moti and Anderson, they'll have other plans. we can get to 150 plus, still for 6 down, still give themselves an opportunity.
The umpire coming on the field. The umpire coming on the field. Show him right now.
Keep going, man. Keep working, man.
Felix Auguste there, Mali, a Dominican. This is a huge opportunity for him. Someone who is on the junior CWA panel from Dominica, moved to Antigua, would have played, captained the Jennings Cricket Club here, and actually had made his first class debut this season as well. So it's been lovely to put other guys into those positions, and we talked about it, I think it was on day 2, where we spoke about the other jobs in the industry and the experience and exposure cricket can give you. So another aspect for Mr. Auguste and other people looking on.
And the guy next to him as well, Joari Edwards, former Leeward Islands national player, filling up the match referee's role as well. So he's getting valuable experience alongside Michael Raghunath. He would have made his first class debut in the much disputed game at Antigua Recreation Grounds as well.
I have an update for you.
Oh, you do?
You want it? After this delivery. You can't believe we're still talking about it on day 4, but this will surely end the debate. That game between the West Indies Academy and the Harpy Eagles is certainly a first class game, and Cricket West Indies have reached out and said so. And just to educate us and viewers, Cricket West Indies are the ones who actually deem when a game has first class status. They're able to make that distinction, and they've made it. So they are actually in the process of notifying the relevant authorities, the various pages and websites that we go to get our scores. So it is a first class game, and hopefully it'll be updated.
I hear you.
Mr. Auguste would have standing umpired in that game for the first time.
It just makes me think of a lot of permutations, you know, even with that being awarded first class status in the middle of a first class season. No other teams would have gotten the opportunity really to play against the West Indies Academy. Things to think about.
You just like stirring the pot.
I don't like stirring the pot. I like things being fair, regardless of who's doing it.
I don't see how that's not fair. It's just so it's a game used as preparation. Basically, the Harpy Eagles won the right by finishing top of the table to play the academy in preparation for this game.
I understand. The Harpy Eagles won the right to play the academy.
They won the right by finishing first. You earned the right then.
Right.
They made the direct qualification into this final and also had the opportunity to play against the academy.
So they were. You saw it as a reward.
Yeah, it
playing
did.
the academy.
Yeah.
Oh, not the academy being rewarded with a first class game.
Two things can be right. Please, we'll not speak about this game any longer. We'll instead speak about the Red Force charge.
I get it. I understand. It's our governing body that determines that.
Right.
But if that's the case, I'm speaking directly to the governing body now. Make sure the West Indies Academy is a part of the next year's 4-day championship. How's that? Because at the end of the day, all I care about is West Indies cricket and the betterment of West Indies cricket. And if these young players aren't getting the exposure, one game every season, a friendly, or even if you want to deem it a first-class match, yeah, it's a first-class match, but it won't have the desired effect on the players. We can end it there now.
Well, let's not forget they did play in the last 2 seasons. So
exactly.
I assume the notion will be to get them back involved along with the combined campuses and colleges, because those teams provide a lot of opportunities for the players that can't make it, like Jaden Seals, into this setup.
We've spoken about how many times we have to say James Rue. You've heard that name's James Rue. We're not English, but we're just comparing and contrasting, and it's getting the adequate amount of quality games for these young players. Or what's the point? Why are you in an academy? So things to think about.
West Indies Academy will be going to Sri Lanka. They're playing a series in Sri Lanka. And actually, Ryan Hercules is going on that tour, which is a huge opportunity for him. Someone that's been in and around the setup of West Indies cricket. He's going as an assistant coach. So that would be quite the opportunity.
And that's something we spoke about on day one. Maybe getting a few of these Harpy Eagles coaching staff who's been so successful over the years in and amongst at the next level.
Played by Moti post lunch, 109 for 6. If you had to think about a moment in these 4 days, Mali, where you thought really gave the advantage to the Red Force, anything stands out to you?
I have to go all the way back to day one. That 10th wicket partnership, final wicket partnership between Seals and Phillip. 98 runs coming from that pair. To me, that's been the difference in this game. You spoke about the Harpy Eagles being in the ascendancy, but they couldn't quite finish the job. And it's those extra runs that have proven vital in this match. That's the moment for me.
Minus those 98 runs from this game and from the Red Force total, you're looking at a completely different matchup. All of a sudden, the Harpy Eagles win first innings. They've got a much more substantial target to chase. Kevin Anderson starting a bit far away outside of his crease. Would you have been inclined to go with James post the break?
I would. Definitely. Give him another opportunity. He's finding the right areas just prior to lunch. They've opted to go for maybe the extra pace of Anderson Phillip. And you can see why. Giving him every opportunity, as he said. Maybe you'll get what you asked for, Nikhil, this season. A fast bowler ending the wicket-taking charts at the top.
He's 2 away from passing that man, Gurikesh Moti. 1 will even and equal him, and then 2 will go past.
Chopped away.
I always wonder if players think about that. You think Anderson Phillips knows that coming into the game?
Some players
wants the honours.
Some players do. Some are a little different.
Regardless though, whether he gets it or not, it is a remarkable achievement. And he played his cricket here in Antigua, where the 3 games against the Leewards, it wasn't easy batting conditions. You think about Coolidge, we know as quite a placid surface. This one had the assistance. And then obviously the game that was drawn against the Hurricanes had the assistance as well here. But it's not been straightforward conditions for fast bowling. And full credit to him.
Definitely, maybe the most helpful conditions here in the final that we've seen in Antigua during this 4-day season.
Hurry, gets there safely in the end. I wonder if these two, Mali, let's say they bat the next hour, right? Moti and Anderson. I wonder how that affects then. Let's say they get a lot closer to maybe 110 runs to win within the next hour. It'd be a game on, because you still back Shamar Joseph. Versami Pramod has shown in the past he can be really resilient at the crease with bat. Almost be that Kemar Roach effect where he just refuses to get out. And you've got guys who can score at the other end.
Yeah, it's not quite over yet, and I think Kevlin Anderson is the key here. can be that solid foundation, that anchor from one end almost. We know he can score, but a lot of the batting will have to come from his. A lot of those runs for me will have to come from his bat. He'll have to dictate the situation, being the last recognized top order batter. He's got to dictate the situation. He'll probably have to farm strike at times as well if we get into a situation such as that. He's faced 59 deliveries now. He's gotten a good idea of conditions out in the middle. Advances, punches that straight down the ground. He'll get close to the boundary. Wasn't too expansive in that stroke. Jaden Seals does very well to save one. They come back for 3. $116 for 6.
$116 for 6. 165 runs away. The Harper Eagles from a 4th consecutive title. Red Force 4 wickets away. Tell you something else, thinking about just hearing you make that point in the previous over, Mali. Anderson is quite a good player of spin. He plays both the reverse and the conventional sweep, and you think when Carey Pear comes into the attack, which he will at some stage if they can get past these 4 faster bowlers, you probably want him present because of the ability to sweep and put pressure on a spinner. And then you've got the left-handed Moti at the other end. It might be a bit easier for him with the angle.
He's got a very good temperament as well, Kevlon Anderson. Quite even keel. Doesn't get too high with success or low with failure.
Message from Anderson and Moti, constant communication. And you always talk about the guys who play international cricket like Jaden Seals dominating this level. Moti's dominated this season. And you want someone like a Kevlon Anderson to show why he was picked at the test format. Yes, it's only been 2 tests and, oh, sorry, 1 test match it was, and it hasn't necessarily gone his way. But the fact that he was considered for that, to show that pedigree in a final like this, all the chips stacked against you, this is the time.
100%. He would have shown all that class and potential to get selected to the West Indies team. Was a little unfortunate with the circumstances. Coming up against Australia, pink ball test at Sabina Park. Shoehorned into the opening position. Something that he wouldn't have done too much of. I always thought he was almost like a bit of a lamb sent to the slaughter in that situation on debut. Look back, I think maybe Shea Hope, with his opening experience in the past, could have just filled that role, but it wasn't to be. Kevlon Anderson, he's got to fight his way back now. This is all part and parcel of being a professional sportsman. When faced with adversity, that's when the cream does rise to the top. Can he find a way, get his career back on track? Something I heard Craig Brathwaite speak about. I was listening to an interview with Craig Brathwaite prior to that playoff match versus versus Trinidad. He was speaking about Wickham and how well he would have been doing this season, but also maybe not scoring the runs he would have liked last year. And it's all about how you respond to the lean times. You're going to have failures in cricket, especially as a batter. In fact, you're going to fail more often than you succeed. So how do you deal with that mentally? That goes up a notch when you go to international cricket, international scrutiny. You're game gets broken down, over-analyzed, and spoken about.
And I suppose, and it wasn't his first season last year, but it was his first big season. It's always a challenge to follow it up. You always hear about more in tournaments, the shortened format. Guys, when you're new, you have that opportunity to have the factor of the unknown. But then when you come back the next season, bowlers are more experienced. They've seen you. There's obviously the chance for the analyst to use that video footage to work you out. And it would have been playing on his mind. The fact that he had such a good season last year, he got into the test team, and then 2026 hasn't gone the way that he would have liked. Highest score of 41 against the Volcanoes, Anderson. Would you think a big knot to win a game would restore a lot of the confidence and almost the belief in the work that he's put in? 4 from the over, 120 for 6.
That's a good point, Nick. Where players such as Anderson as well can benefit at this stage of their career is on things like an A tour. Not having the best season, he's going to play 4 or 5 games this 2026 season. There was an A tour available to him.
There's one coming up, as far as I know. I can't confirm, but there's one this year. So that will be helpful. And I'm sure he'll be one of the guys considered.
Exactly. Those fringe players looking to force their way into the international setup. It's very important. You see a lot of A tours being played around the world. It's a breeding ground for the next generation of international talent. A lot of boards, international boards, use these A tours in that way. Especially when dealing with young players coming out of the under-19s or the age groups level.
Just quietly, Mali has been well put together. 16 deliveries from Gudakesh Moti, where he's not played any. If you compare his shot making to the top order, they've tried to hit the ball out the park. They've tried to take on risk. Moti's been really intelligent in the areas he's accessed in these 10 runs. Very early days in the innings, but the construction of the innings so far been very intelligent.
And if you look at the most successful batters in this game, in these conditions, are the ones that have presented a full face more often than not. They've looked to play straight.
He beat that fielder to the left, now going to the right of deep point. Evan Lewis. What about his innings?
Yeah.
Lewis, the way he went about it. A lot of cover drives, few down the ground as well.
A lot of leaves outside the off stump. That's where that foundation has to be built. That's where the openers for the Harpy Eagles maybe missed a trick here today. Just went a bit too hard too soon. Probably feeling that pressure, knowing they were up against 2 highly skilled seam bowlers in these conditions. Looked like they thought they had to get off to a flyer.
I did flirt with the idea this morning of whether they would send, and I didn't know how much they would be chasing, and maybe at 280 you didn't need to force the issue, but if it was 320, 330, I thought about you send a Moti up the order or Chemo Paul up the order, because those are the 2 guys that this season have come in and put teams under pressure with their scoring rate, whereas the others, and Savory is probably another one, but Imlak, Chandapal, Nandu, Anderson, guys that like to get in, absorb a high number of deliveries at the crease. They didn't need to do that though. They would have taken 280, I think, at the start of the day.
I think when you take wickets regularly, it has an effect. It has a real negative effect on the team. And for 6 to be down at this stage, the Harpy Eagles, I probably think they've lost 4 wickets or so too many. 27 overs, 27.4.
Evan Lewis back on the field, was getting some treatment, sustained a few injuries. Goes through the slip cordon and another boundary, more runs to the tally. Things will start to get a bit nervy for the Red Force, who are still in charge.
Yeah, vacant third slip region. Chance goes a begging. Anderson Phillip once again in the business areas, squaring Gudakesh Moti right up. Sometimes you need that luck, Nikhil.
Lewis, just wonder, Mali, this season, if spending more time at the crease, I believe he's going to have a big year in the white ball format, just because he's actually occupied the crease for some time. This innings would have done his career a world of good, because it's been truncated with injury. There's been the stop-start feature 128 for 6, where he's played some games, he's had to miss some games. I think the fluency and the run at the crease could help him. Time will tell. We'll see. Maybe next first class season. You have a few things to keep tabs on for me.
Over the next 5 years. But yeah, I think you're right. Evan Lewis has been under a bit of pressure. More of a limited overs format. I think it's taken him a long time to work out that the more cricket he actually plays is the better form and the more and as fit as he can possibly be for the limited overs format. He's out there, he faced quite a few deliveries, batted for a few hours. That would have helped that batting fitness. As he said, 34 years old now, so you can't really overstate just how important an innings that was in the grand scheme of things for him.
Before play today, Mali and viewers, there was a special presentation made to the veteran, stalwart, savant of Trinidad and Tobago cricket, Jason Mohammed, when he collected a plaque from the team. It's, of course, his final first-class match and final game for Trinidad and Tobago. Think about how long he's been in this team. 2006, when they won this tournament, he played a game that season. And then he's been there for the next 20 years and has toiled 17 first-class hundreds, 112 games after this one. And you think every year he would have been fighting for that title. His team now 4 wickets away from honoring him with that championship.
It'll be a fantastic way for him to ride off into the sunset. Jason Mohammed played quite well yesterday for his 37. Showed all that experience in that partnership with Evan Lewis.
The time spent at the crease as well. Just took some time out of the game.
Some sting out of the attack. Going down, probably just, oh, he's given that. He's given that one. Took him a long time, umpire Tuckett. We'll have a look at the replay.
In the first innings, we mentioned it. The international quality of Jaden Seals, and that one meant something to him. Every time the Red Force needed a moment, their international superstar produced.
Yeah, he has. What's that? His 8th wicket of the match.
Tuckett thought it was out. Never know. We don't have DRS, of course. It may have been clipping the top of leg.
Possibly.
Nonetheless, though, it's Jaden Seals with a 3rd wicket and potentially the pivotal blow. Valiant effort from Kevin Anderson. And he's been dismissed, and it brings the ever resilient Versami Pramal to the crease.
I said 8th wicket of the match. It was actually his 7th. It's quite a tight decision. Didn't quite get up as high maybe as Anderson was anticipating.
Definitely deep in the crease as well. So something else he had going for the decision. Jaden Seals.
Doesn't matter now. A man in the middle, he's the one that matters. He decided that was adjacent. It brings Vesami Pamal to the crease. I wonder if this is possibly as well.
And that delivery there is what Seals has been delivering to Anderson for the majority of the day. The ball that goes away from the right-hander. So when he's used that change-up ball, angling the ball back in, it's caused some difficulty. This is his traditional orthodox delivery.
And you think Jason Mohammed, he's riding off his last appearance for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You wonder how much longer Vesami Pamal will continue in this Harpy Eagles setup as well. He's been a real performer, top performer for the franchise.
Just eager to see where the wicket ball pitched. Look at the white markers, the white paint, exactly on a good length, identical on a good length. Did shape back quite a bit off the pitch. I think that's what did Anderson. Wasn't expecting it. Took a while, Carl Tuckett, to decide, but went the way of Seals, and that one meant a lot. What a superstar this guy is. Honestly, every time they've needed something in this game, Seals has come back.
Don't think he's quite been at his best today, but he's been good enough. Definitely been good enough. Successful over. 29 gone. Still a long way for the Harpy Eagles. 128 for 7. Just 3 wickets for the Red Force. Vesami Pamal, 36 years old now. Approaching 700 first-class wickets. Best of 90 with the bat. They'll be hoping he can get close to that in this innings.
TNT players. Trinidad players. It's 3 wickets away now from a special achievement. He was getting that breakthrough, and now how does Morty go about this? Is he up maybe a gear? Anderson Phillip continuing.
I don't think much changes with that wicket in terms of how Morty should go about it here. It's looked quite good. He scored at a good clip, 15 of 19 deliveries. Just got to continue in the same vein. Continue looking to be positive, because it puts you in the best position to then defend if the ball isn't in your area. Anything wide, he'll throw the hands at it. That's why that man in Joshua James is quite wide in that third man position. It's a good bouncer. That's a good bouncer and well played.
We made a lot, Mali, about what this means. We've spoken about the 20 years, but even if you look beyond that, I think Vinod Mamchan said it on day one. The titles have been hard to come by, even for that 2006 team. It was the first time in 21 years when they won it. Had to go back to 1985. Before that, when the likes of Phil Simmons, David Furlong, Derek Williams was in the team, Anthony Gray. So these players will get the similar feeling if they're to finish the job. And the major thing is going to be for Riyad Emre and co, if they can get this title delivered, how do they ensure that you don't have another 20-year wait like they've had in the past 2 or 3 championship runs? How can you ensure, like Guyana did when they won 5 in a row, you go back to back and continuously putting out, and you're continuously putting out that talent that feeds in when Ajay Mohammed decides to retire?
To be fair, it's a little surprising when you look at it that they haven't won as much as you think they should have, considering cricket in Trinidad, the amount of players, cricket administration. Definitely underachieved in the longer format of the game. But you can also say that they've developed some fantastic white ball players as well over the years, some leading T20 limited overs players worldwide. But yeah, it's the red ball format we're dealing with here. And with such a rich cricketing history, it's been long waits in between titles.
I really appreciate that. It means so much to them. And one of the things Red Emirates told us coming into this game was that what he tried to do, regardless of the results of the games before the season, was to allow his players to understand how much this tournament means, to cherish what achievement it would be to win this. He said he thought players would coming in and out of the team, and they're using it as, yes, a way to get into the test team. But do you have that pride that the Brian Laras did when they came back home and played the regional game? I think he's gone a long way in instilling that this year, and maybe it's why they've had that extra push. They've been in and around the system, top 3, sometimes top 2, but they haven't had that push to actually win it.
I think in a tournament as short as this, the better prepared players coming into the tournament would be the ones that would have had the success. There's no coincidence that it's the Harpy Eagles and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this format of the game, to me. Fair few international players or players of international experience in this setup. And both setups, to be fair. So you expect them to bring that professionalism, but also knowing and recognizing the situation where the season isn't that long. So we've got to be hitting our straps almost from day one. Because one bad game or one bad day here or there could really knock you out of contention.
I think bat hit ground there. What I can appreciate about the format as well, the format of the tournament, is that yes, you only had the 3 games in the preliminaries, but when the Red Force got into that 2 and 3 spot and they had to play a playoff to try to get into the final, all of a sudden you're asking players to deliver in a knockout game, not once but twice. And in previous seasons where you have your 10 games, usually it's the team with the most points at the end declared winners. So that was a different aspect to it this year, where sometimes in a bilateral test series you've got to win that next test match to win the series. So it brought something different, a different element for players, and maybe a different pressure for them to experience.
Definitely. I know you've been watching quite keenly as well. I'd love to ask you about your hometown franchise, the Barbados Pride. What did you make of them this season?
I think they'll feel like they underperformed. Obviously, to get into that top 3 was a decent achievement. They lost the game to the Jamaica Scorpions, ended up having to win the 3rd and final game, but they would have felt like they should have had a place in this final because of the personnel. But I think good to see a coming of age of someone like a Kevin Wickham with not just 100, not just 150, but 300s. Yes, it was against the same bowling attack, but that insatiable hunger is what we need to see in our batters to want to get 3, 4, 500s.
We've seen some fantastic seam bowling from both teams actually in this match. There's a lot of talk going around the Caribbean and also in Barbados about there being maybe a crisis of pace bowling in that country. Is that something you share?
Crisis?
Yeah.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. There's a pace bowling crisis going on in Barbados. They're saying the fastest bowler probably this season for Barbados was Jaya McAllister. And then you looked at his returns. I think he got 1 or 2 wickets.
Yeah, in terms of pace, maybe, but I wouldn't say. I mean, I think pace is, in terms of guys who can get up to 140 kilometers per hour consistently. That's an issue regionally. I think around the region, you're not finding 2 and 3 guys emerge from each nation that can bowl those speeds. So I don't necessarily think it's a crisis. I actually think some of the younger seamers coming through in Barbados are quite exciting. The Jedia Blades, the Ramon Simmons, Jakeem Pollard, I think, as a left-arm seamer, is a real talent.
Okay.
But
Interesting. Yeah, it's There's a lot of talk going around the cricket aficionados in Barbados. They would have been disappointed not to be here in this showpiece event. With that cricketing history and a rich cricketing history of fast bowling. So I think that's what they're comparing that to.
And I suppose when you look at the returns of the faster bowlers in the 3 games, that would have disappointed people. Shamar Springer stood out with 7 wickets. But I more thought the question was alluding to the entire system in Barbados. And I don't think it's a crisis where you can't find faster bowlers. Maybe just about refining. And there are a few programs coming up in Barbados and across the Caribbean that are encouraging fast bowling. I think soon the West Indies are having a fast bowling camp. And remember, they've got new bowling consultant Otis Gibson. So he's going to help bring through a new generation and help refine a new generation of faster bowlers. For someone like Jakeem Pollard to work with Otis Gibson, I'm really excited to see the results. 131 for 7. A couple of runs to end the over.
I think when you look at that Barbados Pride bowling lineup, you had a Johan Lane, still quite young.
Forgot him, yeah. He's a big one.
He is, but it's that extra that we're talking about.
That's the middle.
Especially with what we're seeing from Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip. Who is that in that Barbados Pride setup? I think a strong Barbados is needed for West Indies cricket.
Had Kemar Roach been present this year, would the conversation be different?
I think that's the thing. That's the thing. I think that's the question, and that's what a lot of people have been talking about. Without a Jason Holder, a Kemar Roach, is the talent pool big enough or even good enough at this stage? That's been a lot of the chatter I've seen going around.
Yeah, but I think if you removed Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip from their respective teams, you're asking the same question about those nations. Who would be the fast bowlers for the Red Force? Terrence Hines would be seen as that new ball bowler.
They have a different history, Nikhil. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, like history's
changed. Yeah,
systems evolve.
They do evolve, but
Joshua Bishop has taken close to 80 wickets in the last 3 seasons. He's a Barbadian.
They devolve as well. They don't only evolve, they devolve. And I think that's what the point. Until we get honest with the way we're assessing our cricket, we're going to be stuck in this situation.
All I'm saying is it can't be one way for one nation. And
no, definitely
you're telling me that other nations don't have the same issue.
No, we're talking about Barbados at the moment. We've spoken about all these other franchises.
Why? They're not in this final. What about the Leeward Islands? Do they have a fast bowling problem? Well, their culture has been Curtly Ambrose.
But this is what I'm saying. It's a West Indian perspective. We're speaking about a West Indian perspective. We're talking about teams that have won championships, how long it's taken, 20 years. Barbados is one of those teams that's pretty much always near the top of the table. So this is what I'm saying. It's West Indies cricket we're doing here. Maybe Guyana and Trinidad.
And they are top of the they're near the top of the table again this season. They finished 3rd.
Okay, come and talk to me in 2 years. Come and talk to me in 2 years, because you're not actually hearing what I'm saying. You're looking at those fast bowling stocks. Are you encouraged? I'm not that encouraged. You mentioned Raymond Simmons. You mentioned Jediah Blades. They've been on the scene for a few years now. What's going to change for them to make them go to the next level?
That's down to the franchise to develop. But I'm telling you, you're asking me if I'm encouraged, and I look at Johan Lane at 22 and think, is he a complete bowler? By no estimation. I think he has a lot of years to grow. I look at Jakeem Pollard at 19. I'm excited by that prospect. Jediah Blades at 24. I'm excited by that prospect.
I'm not that excited by that prospect, to be fair. But we differ on that. Think about it. These guys aren't blowing people away.
I think you're asking a bit much for guys in
I'm
their
not.
infancy of, and you made the point yesterday, a really good point about the lack of cricket that guys are playing. So we've got to be a bit more graceful in terms of, or patient is the right word, in terms of their development and how quickly we expect them to evolve and
Yeah,
develop.
but what you won't understand, Nikhil, is that they won't actually develop in the way that they should. And they'll get to 30 and they'll be lost, and then it'll be another generation going through the absolute same thing. I'm a bit older than you. I've been seeing this now for about 25 years, Nikhil. You understand what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. We're on the verge of losing another whole generation, of not reaching their full potential. It's stark. It's stark.
So can you tell me what the solution is then?
Well, you need to tell me what's going on in Barbados. That's why I'm asking you. Because like we say, we need a strong Barbados team as well. So you can't just be looking around the regions talking about everyone else. We need to know what's going on in Barbados to why the fast bowlers aren't coming through. That's what I'm saying.
What I would say is that I think you're being a little harsh on Barbados particularly. I think it extends to a regional issue in terms of developing the current generation, not just Barbados.
This is what I'm saying though, Nikhil. I'm basing this off of the Barbados cricket chat. Right? I have an Antiguan passport, so I'm looking at a Barbados cricket chat. Right? And it's been a hot topic of discussion.
Now,
so that's why I brought it to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. What I would say is, yes, that's a valid concern, and you could look at examples in the past of guys like a Shamar Holder, a Keon Harding, who are no longer playing for Barbados. But I would say, and those people are focusing on Barbados as Barbadians, but I would say there are countless examples around the region of this happening. It's not just happening in Barbados. So obviously we need to look at our system regionally in terms of how we're bringing through those faster bowlers. I like the discussion. I think in the past 4 days we've had some excellent discussions.
Well, you can tell we're passionate about West Indies cricket. And that's what really it's about. We all want to see, we both want to see West Indies cricket get back to a level that we can really be proud of. And we need to do it together. It needs to be that collective we. Not W-E, but W-I.
And I know people were quite shocked when I said we need to be more patient. Let's give this current crop a few years. So the ones that are now entering the academy, Nathan Edward, for example, is one. Kevin Pittman, we spoke about his development. Those guys now are like in Antigua right now, training, spending time training every day. Let's give it a year and a half or 2 years and see if they actually improve. And then I think we'll be able to tell a bit more about their evolution.
Right, and that's the disappointing thing for me with this tournament. That momentum was being built over the past 2 seasons. Obviously, we've got financial constraints, but it is what it is. That momentum was being built. The players were being prepared and also given the opportunities. They were having those quality first-class games in which to exhibit those skills. And I think Joshua Bishop would have benefited from that over the past couple of seasons. Bishop, Kirk McKenzie, Rivaldo Clark, they would have benefited, even a Kevlon Anderson, from a setup such as that. Johan Lane probably wouldn't have made the West Indies team at all had he not been given those opportunities. So that's what I mean. Gotta keep that momentum, gotta keep it going. Obviously, try and find creative ways in which to get these players up to speed. But at the end of the day, it must be said, you did just say it, regionally, it is a problem.
For Sami Pomal has done well. We've had this good discussion, but quietly he's been quite persistent and just happy to defend whilst Moti attack from the other end. Definitely when you look at that top four, we're in a good place in terms of the Josephs, Seals, Kimar Roach, you mentioned Jason Holder, Justin Graves, but then you look at the tier below that and you'll think that's where we need to develop so that when those guys come into the test format, the faster bowlers, you don't feel like the deficiency in the void is that large.
Exactly.
But I really want to give the West Indies Academy project some time. And I know people will say that the Academy has been around for a long time, but just speaking to some people involved, I think they're heading in a different direction. And I want to give, with Otis Gibson coming in, at least a year to see if the faster bowlers especially evolve. So next season when Kelvin Pittman comes back to bowl, is it more than just one innings of a 6-foot? Can he actually maybe get 15 to 20 wickets in that season? I think we'll then have a better indication of if the system is working. Wicket finally, and it's the critical one of Gudakesh Moti. Have the Red Force just won the title? They're close, that's for sure.
You spoke about how Moti would go about in this innings. This time choosing to go across the line, took his eye off the ball, probably for the first time in this innings, just losing a bit of concentration. From around the wicket, Terence Hines. Inward movement, just a wild swing. It was in his area, just need to be a bit more controlled, and we see that celebration once again. So Moti has to go. What's that, 8 down now? And I think Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've got one hand on that trophy at the moment.
We know Shamar Joseph, he'll certainly play shots, so if he's anything to... If he has his way, rather, he'll be making sure that he makes it quite difficult. Some compacting going on of the landing area. Terence Hines struggling with a bit of a leg injury, lower leg injury, maybe. Tell us about this, Mali. What effect does that tool have?
Well, what it does, it just makes that landing area a bit more firm. Bowlers have issues when they don't feel they can land or put that foot down with force. It really does affect the rhythm. And also with the foot marks, at times it's just a little uneven. So it's just a few things to think about when landing that front foot. Something you don't often talk about in the game of cricket. Even when the batter's in his stance, there's a lot of holes and hills and gullies that can just throw a batter off balance. Some of the little things that go into the game. Just 2 wickets to get now, though.
Very quietly, Terence Hines has contributed in a massive way in this game. We spent a lot of time speaking, of course, and deservedly so, of Jaden Seals and Evan Lewis. Philip continuing. But everyone has played their part. Think about Joshua James today with a couple of wickets before lunch. Terence Hines in both innings has gotten valuable runs. 3 wickets in the first innings. Now following it up with, again, critical wickets.
Vital runs and wickets. Shows you the importance of having these all-rounders in your setup. Looking to take him on down the ground, just enough movement, and that's something that's been very impressive from this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force unit. In these conditions, they presented an upright seam more often than not, and they've gotten the ball to move consistently, whether it's through the air or off the pitch.
Over. Next time. Over.
Maybe stayed a touch low. Shamar Joseph, well, with Mali, we know exactly how he's going to play. Don't have to think about it or question it.
Especially at this stage, still 147 to get.
147 though, it doesn't feel that far away.
It doesn't, eh?
You just wonder, had someone occupied the crease with Anderson, let's say Savory for example, with Anderson until lunch, they would be walking this game home at this stage, the Harp Eagles. And it's easier said than done. You have to give credit to the Red Force, the pressure they've put on. But it just feels like the Harp Eagles have rushed a touch too early. You always hear guys, teams talk about it in a run chase on a final day. Get to tee, and then we assess. You think maybe the first innings loss and the fact that they didn't get the points almost maybe played into Trinidad's favor in the sense that they feel they have to win the game and draw is not an option?
But then Trinidad, with the way they batted today, just threw the initiative right back to the Harpy Eagles. With losing those 2 quick wickets early. What's that, 8 deliveries was all it took?
Yeah, that was a real opportunity. They would have been thinking overnight 320, 350, back the entire first hour. Within 10 minutes, they were changing innings.
Exactly. With the run chase below 300. Slashed away over the slip region. So Shamar Joseph, as he said, Nikhil, he's not gonna go down without fighting. Bit of width outside that off stump. Throws the hands at it. No one in that vacant third man region. Joshua James is very wide.
Yeah, buckle up, folks, as the deep third fielder now in place for that edge that carries. Because with Shamar Joseph, you know it's going to be entertaining. And it probably excite Anderson Phillip and think he's close to that third wicket with Joseph coming after him.
Bit similar to Savory, the way he went about it. Just need one to not hit the middle. This one, does he pick out that fine leg fielder? No, he doesn't. He's looking to take on the sharp ball, Shamar Joseph. Three seamers. 3 West Indian seamers just in shot. He's got 3 slips for the right-handed Permal. Cephas Cooper in at gully. It's a backward point, extra cover and mid-off.
139 for 8.
Beautiful boys.
And time for a drink. 139 for 8 post drinks. So 1 hour after the lunch break. I was flowing, Mali. So what happens when you have fun.
Wow, that's what you call it?
That in that discussion has, I think, got many people's juices flowing.
A lot of messages coming in. Hines to continue though. From the Sir Andy Roberts end, as you spoke about. It's just been a quiet performer, hasn't he? Almost goes below the radar, under the radar, Terrence Hines. This one's high. Off the glove. 9 down. We were just speaking about it. Just rushing Shamar Joseph slightly. Looking to take on that short ball. And with Hines, with that slingy action, it doesn't quite get up as high. And he thudded into that glove. Easy catch to Joshua De Silva. Trinidad and Tobago just 1 wicket away now.
How often have we seen this during the 4 days where after a break, a wicket just falls? Shamar Joseph trying to be aggressive as usual. Doesn't quite execute on that one, and he knows he's close, Joshua De Silva, close from being the captain that delivers the long-awaited title.
And once again, Nikhil, you spoke about this earlier. Another Harpy Eagles batter almost contributing to their own downfall. Not really giving themselves the best opportunity. It's proven to be a real Achilles heel for them. Started with the openers, and since then they've really struggled to stop the regular fall of wickets, to the point that the Red Force are just 1 away now. 1 wicket away from a first title in 20 years. Port of Spain all around Trinidad. They'll be tuned in. This is the delivery now. Smith coming in at number 11.
You can hear it, feel it. They're on the brink of history.
This was the wicket again. Terrence Hines from over the wicket. Just a bit of shape back into the left-handed Shamar Joseph. Wasn't quite there. Went for the pull nonetheless. Got big on him. He had to go. So his season comes to an end. Time for him to put his feet up. He'll be a little disappointed with the way they've gone about this chase. A little smarter, or even just a bit more application. I think things could have been very different here, even though the Red Force have bowled very well. You look through this lineup, Shandapal going for a duck. In fact, just one. It was Nandu going for a duck. Imlak spent a bit of time at the crease. Anderson and Savory, they almost led that rear guard, but since then, Van Lang, Paul, Moti, contributed somewhat.
If this man was saying Soca Warriors, there's a soft team. No, I don't think he's talking again.
He's been carried
I think
pair.
he was saying Soca Warriors.
A quiet guy.
The most quiet on the team.
It's what we were talking about yesterday with Niall Smith. Seemed to have all his energy when he was out in the field, not when he had ball in hand. And these Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players are just reminding him of that.
I think your words, Mali, where he was leading the wrong charge.
Yeah.
I told you he leads the Eagle Noise charge.
Right? You need to
said
lead.
he needs to
You
lead.
need to be a leader with the ball. Just touching down on that stump, bit of shape and movement once again as we see the champions banner almost just coming out. It's at the moment on the side of the Harpy Eagles.
He's training still, and he's training still, boys. Keep going, boys.
Have they gone too early, Nikhil? Have they gone too early?
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
prize money on offer. And remember, defending champions for 3 years in a row, the Harper Eagles. You could see a shift. It's done. It's over. The 2-decade wait is finished. Hungry, thirsty, desperate. A coveted cricketing nation finally has the final jewel in the crown. For the first time since 2006, the Red Force are 4-day champions.
20 years of hurt comes to an end. Just look at the scenes, the jubilation, the congratulations. As we see that jubilant backroom staff and the players, Terence Hines picking up that final wicket. And they'll be hoping they won't have to wait another 20, but for now, they'll be celebrating this one. It will be a sweet victory indeed to dethrone the champions as well. Makes it extra sweeter. And to win this match by some 142 runs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have won the 2026 Regional 4-Day Championship. Rayad Emrit, the coach, the rest of his backroom staff, congratulations to them.
And just imagine, Mali, Rayad Emrit was a player the last time they won this. Think about Brian Lara, Phil Simmons, Ian Bishop, the forefathers of Trinidad and Tobago cricket, how this will make them feel to know they've finally delivered. Emrit has delivered on his promise of bringing a title, and for the Harper Eagles, you feel for them, 3 titles in a row and coming up close. They played their cricket hard, but in the end, the Red Force just that bit better.
Great to see that, the way they're going through the both teams. Handshakes, bit of a hug there from Kemo Paul and Rayad Emrit. Good to see. It's quite intense competition, let me say, over the 4 days. It was keenly contested. At times things are threatened to go over the edge. But this was the final wicket. This was the moment. Terence Hines castling Niall Smith. And the celebrations were on the way. Hines finished with 3 wickets for 20 in his 7 overs. Jaden Seals 3 for 39, Anderson Phillip 2 for 63, and Josh James 2 for 12. He would have made a very valuable contribution as well, Josh James, in his 4 overs, picking up those 2 wickets, removing Jonathan Van Lang and Kemo Paul. Celebrations, congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 20 years of hurt has come to an end. They are the 2026 champions. Spare a thought for the Harper Eagles. Coming up second here today. They've helped to make this the spectacle that it's been at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. These are the highlights. Evan Lewis resuming on 100 not out. Ended up falling for 122. That was the first wicket. Took just 8 deliveries for the Harper Eagles to wrap up this innings. There's Sami Pamal finishing with 4 for. But it was Jaden Seals, the standout bowler in this match for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, picking up that first wicket of Matthew Nandu, going for a duck. Shanda Paul, uncharacteristically big stroke early in his innings, no real foot movement, inside edge. Phillip picked up his first. They brought Kevlin Anderson to the crease. He looked quite assured to begin with. Just allowing the ball to come on. That one straying down the legs. Anything on the legs, he was very strong, quick to clip away. It was Imlak. Beautiful delivery. The delivery before that was caressed through the covers. This one, good comeback delivery. Savory came to the crease and he was looking to put pressure back onto the bowlers. Anything just over pitched. He's looking to go downtown. This one was hit even better than the previous one. Went for a 6, sailed some 20 yards or so over the boundary. But this was the wicket. Slightly outside the off stump, throwing the hands at it once again. Joshua James barely had to move, took a tumbling catch. He brought Jonathan Van Lang, as we know now, playing in his second first-class match. Didn't have a long stay at the crease. He went LBW for 10 to Josh James. Kemo Paul announced his arrival at the crease with quite an authoritative stroke to the offside. But this was the wicket once again. The second time in the match in which Josh James would have removed Kemo Paul. Full in length. Slight movement in. Picked out mid-on. And he had to go. This was a quite tight LBW decision. Umpire Tuckett thought that was probably just clipping leg stump. That was Terence Hines cleaning up Gudakesh Moti for 18. Spent some time at the crease, faced 32 deliveries, hit 2 boundaries. Shamar Smith's stay at the crease was short. Just 9 minutes or so for him, and this was the moment. Niall Smith in at number 11, goes for a duck. Terence Hines with his 3rd wicket means that Trinidad and Tobago win this match and are 2026 Regional 4-Day champions. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have the post-match presentation with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of another successful West Indies Championship season. It is the end of the 2026 edition and of course won by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. We've had an excellent final under a new structure and now time for the presentation of some awards. Our first award not the finish to the season you would have wanted, but what do you take away from a season like this?
The importance of preparation. We struggled in that regard this year. Started the season 2 weeks prior to coming to this tournament, no preparation because of the weather. So it continues to be a struggle for us in Guyana. You know, the weather is not always the best for cricket, but yeah, maybe we did some good things as well. You know, we had some good performances. Guru Kishmurti was obviously a standout for us. Kimo Paul threw out with the ball and with the bat was also brilliant for us. And we had numerous other performances from the guys, so that was brilliant for us. We just didn't play our best game on the last day.
They battled you guys quite hard, and to your credit, there were a lot of times where you guys emerged from difficult positions. Was there a particular passage of play where you felt you lost the game?
There are quite a few positions in the game where I felt, you know, could have turned the game on its head. Turned us in our favour. That last wicket partnership between Jaden and Anderson Phillips was crucial. 90 runs for 11 for the 10th wicket is one that is hard to swallow. I think we were a bit complacent in that aspect of the game, at that part of the game. So we had some decisions that didn't necessarily go our way. Felt like, you know, there were some caught behind decisions that the umpires, to be fair to them, is very windy, so they probably didn't hear it, but felt like those could have also helped. We had some drop chances as well at some crucial times. So those are all situations that we could have been better in, and with the bat we were poor, to be honest. We could have been better with the bat, myself included. You know, needed to step up in this situation and we didn't. So those are all areas of the game I felt we could have been better.
It's 3 seasons as champions and 1 as second place, Tevin. So obviously you're getting that continued and constant success. What do you think about the future of where this team is heading in the next few years?
I mean, it obviously looks bright. I mean, we've been doing a lot of good things over the years, but again, preparation. What you want to see from your players is development. Unfortunately, this year I didn't feel like our players from last year to this year we didn't evolve enough. I felt like we could have been a lot better than we were this year, and it was down to
coming up second in the end. Now, before we get to the championship medals, it is a very important time to call up the player of the match, and for his wonderful 100, a return to the red ball format and his first 100 in first class setup in 10 years. It is Evan Lewis. Evan, it feels surreal to see you in white clothing standing here after the career you've had in the white ball setup. Tell me how you justify your decision to come back to this format, standing here now, player of the match in a final.
To be honest, it was pretty simple. I know it was Jason Mohammed last year. You know, he has done so much for Trinidad cricket. You know, I wanted to be there for the final game for him, and that's why one of the main reasons why I come back.
Tell me what you had to do differently to get that out of yourself when your team needed you the most in that third innings.
I mean, it was pretty tough. I didn't have this season that I wanted, you know, but I know it's a final and it's very important for me to get a score as well. And, you know, I just went in there and dig deep and I got a good score for the team.
I have to ask you, does Evan Lewis have aspirations to play Test cricket?
No, to be honest. This is actually my last game. I know too. Me and Jason Mohammed is actually retiring from the cricket.
Okay, thanks for that announcement and really well done. What does this mean to you? You've won a lot of trophies around the world, but to win and be the first person to deliver a title in 20 years, what does this mean to you personally? It
means a lot, to be honest. It's actually 20 years since we win a 4-day title, and it means a lot to us, and you can see with the boys as well how much it means to us as well, and we are really grateful for it.
I've been really well done and enjoy this one.
Thank you very much.
Evan Lewis, today's player of the match with a superb 100 in a final. As his team celebrates, we'll now ask Mr. Enoch Lewis, Director at Cricket West Indies, to present, and of course President of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, to present the winning medals to the champions. Firstly, Joshua Da Silva, who will collect his medal and check and then have a word with us. Collects the check first, and of course trophy will come afterwards. $200,000 for the champs. And now we'll invite the rest of his team to come forward and collect their medals while Josh speaks to us. Josh, this must be very special. What's going through your mind in terms of emotion?
Words carry this cry. I told you boys I'll try not to cry, but I mean 20 years, something that a lot of people passed and hasn't been able to do. Only two guys in our team, that's Jason Mohammed and Riyad Emirates. They've tasted this feeling before, but for us it's been eluding us for quite some time. Last year we were close. We had lost Jaden and Andy in the end of the last season, which kind of hampered us, but we had a full attack this year, and I said it before, I'll say it again, this is the best bowling attack in the region. I don't think there's any team that could compare to this. Jaden and Andy, 40-odd wickets between them. Terrence Hines with 15-odd wickets. I mean, yeah, Carey did the spinners. It wasn't really a spinners year, but to me, they did what they had to do. I mean, so it's a wonderful feeling, man.
If you mentioned getting close, you've had a few dominant seasons, but you've not been able to get the title. What was the difference this year?
I mean, we've been playing together for a while, so for us it was just about putting the performances together. Previously it might be one person or two people taking the mantle and putting the team on their back, but I think this year it showed a full team performance. We saw Evan didn't get much at the start of the season, but he came in the final and he actually told us the day before he's going to do it. So those are the kind of things that happen. I mean, Django was brilliant this year, 400-odd runs. Jason didn't get what he wanted, but I mean, 20 years he's been playing for Trinidad. We know the experience that he brings. Just having him in the dressing room is something special. And yeah, we can't thank the coaches enough. They put in work after work. Gibran and Riyad, they never say no if you ask them for sidearm to throw some balls. Even back home, President, everything we want, we get. So it's about putting those things together and just getting the results for them. And this is not only for us, it's for the whole of Trinidad and Tobago.
And a message to those Trinidadian people?
Thanks for the support. I mean, it's eluded us for so long. I know they've been hard on us for quite a few years, but I mean, it only makes us stronger. It only helps us build that character and be able to do what we're doing here now. It's an amazing feeling, and yeah, I can't thank the support of everyone, God Almighty, first of all, my parents, everyone. I mean, we couldn't do it without anybody here, so yeah, thanks.
And while your coaches collect the last few medals, Josh, it took 20 years before the 2006 team to win. It's now taken another 20 years. You have a few more coming?
I mean, yeah, once this team sticks together, hopefully some boys go on to West Indies. I mean, that's always a good thing. If they're not here, that means they're playing for West Indies. So, I mean, I guess it all depends on the team. But I mean, yeah, we're gonna win it again. I have no doubt about that. The caliber of players that we have, it's not gonna be 20 years before we win the next one. So, yeah, that's how it is.
Joshua Da Silva, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain. He'll now collect the trophy from Mr. Enoch Lewis, and then proceed to celebrate with his team. Captain, first captain in 20 years to deliver the coveted championship title. It will be a special moment, a special feeling for his team, and of course he hands the trophy to Jason Mohammed after 20 years of service. It will be his final time in the white clothing and of course representing the Trinidad and Tobago team, but a special, special moment and achievement. Brian Lara, Darren Ganga and others achieved it back in 2006. Before that, 1985. And now in 2026, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are champions. Bit of excitement, of course, and fully deserved. It's good to see them smiling. They put a lot into this, and it was a tough fought final. But in the end, one team comes out on top. It's the Red Force, champions of the West Indies Championship. Right, so there you have it, folks. Another successful season, a huge summer coming for Cricket West Indies, and with Sri Lanka, Pakistan and New Zealand touring, a couple of important test matches as well. But the story from today from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force delivering a title, a 4-day title for the first time in 20 years. Thanks for your company. We'll see you again very soon.